Hello and welcome to an all-new episode of FreezeFramesPerSecond, the video game spin-off podcast from Anime Brain Freeze. Yeah, we're back with another gaming episode, which will probably become more of a general occurrence. Maybe not in the next season because there's a lot of anime to talk about, but in the other seasons where we don't have that much, we will probably do this more often in the future because variety is good. We want to get the games. We want to talk about the games. And we both brought a lot of games, especially John, so...
I played stuff this time.
Yes, so we're heading right into the play buffet. And yeah, John, you checked out a bunch of demos for Next Fest, apparently, or from Next Fest.
Yeah, some on the Next Fest and some outside of it. There's been this one that's been going around, Mega Man X Viral Nightmare, which is basically a top-to-bottom remake of Mega Man X6, and the guy working on it, Cat Yard Games, that's the name. They kind of went all out, like basically restructuring almost all of the levels. It's a 4-level demo that you can actually keep playing over and over because every time you finish the 4 levels, you can start again on a new game plus, and it gets harder each time. And by harder, I mean their idea of difficulty was making enemies into bullet sponges more and more as you go along, which I don't think is great, but I guess it works.
Yeah, it's like the laziest version of increasing the difficulty. It's like, hey, make them just be able to take more damage. And I'm kind of not a fan of that, to be honest.
But this is also like a small... I don't know if it's a one-person job or if it's a small group, but they've been showing... They've been showing a lot of progress working on it, and they've been just working super hard, so... It plays way better than the original, and there's a lot more variety to the stages. Like, you fight the Illumina in Infinity Maginian stage, like, way differently this time. There's this, like, Ride Chaser segment in Blaze Heatnix's stage that's actually surprisingly fun, and you don't fight that stupid donut 6 times. Jesus.
It was very important.
Yes.
Sounds like in general there were a lot of smart changes made in this version, and if like X6 is one of those games that needed like a deft hand and didn't get it in its original version, where it's like there's so many things where you're wondering, what is this? Like the stages being sometimes incredibly repetitive, like you talk about the Blaze Heatnix stuff with the donut, and sometimes confusing and boring, but also super hard. And then sometimes some of the bosses are like the biggest pushovers you've ever seen. And
yeah, they've made some changes to the bosses too, which are a lot of fun. It's like you'll start fighting and be like, oh, I know this thing, and then they'll do something completely different. It's like, oh, that is entirely new.
That's what I kind of want in terms of if you go for like a higher difficulty on whatever game, instead of just making the enemies tougher, just give them new stuff they can do that is harder to react to, harder to figure out, harder to counter or whatever if you are not on your A game. That's the much better approach, but also, of course, the more work intensive.
I do wonder how they're going to handle the... what was Ground Scaravich's stage, the museum stage, because I think that was probably, out of all the levels in the original game, the worst one, because it was so RNG dependent.
Yeah, I remember Metal Shark Player Search also not being great.
Yeah, but you didn't have to play through it like 6 to 8 times to hope to get the outcome you wanted on the totem poles.
Sure.
But yeah, no, a Viral Nightmare is shaping up to be pretty cool, and I'm just glad that Capcom is still cool with fan game stuff. And
oh man,
and so is Sega, because I didn't put it on the list, but I'll just mention it real quick. Sonic Mega Mix Mania came out, which is basically a revival of an old ROM hack, and that's actually a really cool mod for Sonic Mania that's worth checking out.
Cool. Sounds nice.
Tried a demo for a game called Duskfade that I was like, oh, this looks like it's trying to be We Have Kingdom Hearts at home, but I don't want to be harsh on indie games or demos, but it doesn't feel or play great. And, there's time for that to change, but I guess I'm being unfair because I remember playing KH1 back in college for the first time and just feeling like, wow, this plays really great. And that's kind of the meter stick that I've come to judge a lot of action RPGs against. So if it falls short, I'm just sort of like, So there's still time for it to improve. Maybe they'll put out another demo and it'll feel better to play. Because like the boss fight at the end of it was like, what are you guys trying to do with this? This doesn't feel great. Mm-hmm. There was a game called Acrolyte that I tried that apparently started life as a Super Metroid ROM hack.
Interesting.
And it plays... How can I say this? If you've played... what was that game? Shadow Complex. How that's like... It was very Metroid-like, and you had to move with the left stick, aim with the right. It's one of those, and it doesn't feel bad, but I just got like sort of lost and confused in the map partway through, and I was like, I had a lot of trouble navigating it. So I don't know, it might just be me being dumb, but I'd be willing to give it another shake just to see if I enjoyed it a little bit more than I thought I would.
The atmosphere seems pretty nice. You definitely see its influence.
Oh,
like
yeah.
It's definitely wearing that on its sleeve.
Yes, for sure.
Yes, but it seems to move all right and everything, so maybe it will improve for the final product or whatever, and we get more fun out of it.
Yeah, I want to go back and give it another shot. But yeah, those games are technically not on the Next Fest, but I'll try and roll through the Next Fest stuff as quick as I can. There's this roguelike beat-em-up game called Super Alloy Crush that I tried out, and it seems cool, but after a certain point, it feels like you're kind of playing the same level over and over, and that's not really the point of roguelikes, I feel. You're supposed to, like, have something slightly different each time you play, but it just was like, it felt like kind of a slog. So I was like, because they had another game in there that they had made. What was it called? Super Alloy Ranger, and it was like, very Mega Man-esque, and that game is really cool. So I was like, oh, I want to see what they're cooking up, and I think this one could use a little bit more to set it apart. It's the first level was neat, and then they give you like a boss fight, and then they're like, oh, now every level after that appears to basically be the same. And I brought up enough money to buy all the upgrades, and I was like, is this isn't everything, is it, guys? So I kind of walked away from that feeling a bit. It's
a shame because the designs are cool, and in general the graphics style and everything is very appealing. Like, this is definitely going for the thing I like. So it's a bummer that the gameplay doesn't seem to like live up to expectations.
So
match that.
Again, all of these are demos and are subject to change. So
yeah, sure.
I tried out a game called Lucid, which is also very Metroid-esque. I don't think it's going to become that much of a pattern talking about the rest of the games on this list, but it's got this cool, like, I forget where it was developed, but it's got this like certain aesthetic to it.
I feel this I don't know, maybe it has quite a Celeste feel to it, just looking at it.
It's got a little bit of that because it's got some funky platforming going on where you have your blaster like you would in Metroid, but you've also got this sword where you lets you dash through the air, but upon hitting certain walls, it like resets your jumps. You can like double jump, triple jump. You could just like keep jumping back and forth between things. And I didn't 100% complete the demo. Like, I finished the story, and I actually wanted to go back and finish getting all the other items that were hidden in the map, but I just forgot to be honest. But some of the platforming goes like real crazy. Like, it's good and it feels great, but there's definitely some of that, like you said, Celeste in there. You can tell they were taking a page out of that with it.
Has some nice effects going for it. It looks very, I don't know, flashy in certain regards for just being it kind of going for like SD, maybe pseudo 16-bit, 8-bit mix style. It looks very flashy in regards to the effects work.
It's very colorful, very bloomy in spots. So they got that going on, and it's pretty neat. After that was the new Inti Creates joint, Kingdom's Return, Time Eating Fruit and the Ancient Monster. Could your name be longer?
That's a light novel-ass name if I've ever seen one.
Still not as long as that one Strong Bad game.
Sure.
But this feels very much like they wanted to make their own ActRaiser or Zelda 2.
Yeah, definitely feels like there's a town building aspect to it, right?
I did a little bit of that. And then there's missions you can take where you go out in the field and you fight monsters and you gather stuff so you can get materials to build the town up. It's neat. And it's got, Inti's signature pixel style. Yeah. And your characters have these different skill trees so you can learn new moves and do big combo. Like I was playing as I was playing as the Night Girl, and you get like this charge slash, you get an up slash, you get a down strike, you get all sorts of other things as you level up. There's a lot going on with the combat, and it feels like
Night Girl looks suspiciously like Pickering, just saying.
Yeah, a little bit. But I mean, there were other characters as well. I didn't try them all out, but there's like a mage. There's like, I think, like a ranger of some stripe. There's like 4 or 5 different characters in there, but it's a lot. And when they show you the skill tree, it's like, oh, you can do a lot of things. This is cool. Yeah. And so, I think as the game goes on, you can unlock the other character. Like you're not locked into one character. I think as you go on, you'll be able to unlock and play as the other characters as well in the same like save file.
In general, I think it's super cool that Inti's always throwing something new at us. You would expect them to, they have these strong, semi-strong going franchises that have worked very well for them, like Blaster Master Zero, like the Gunvolt, Luminous Avenger series, and so on. And they've pumped out a lot of those, but also there's always something new around the corner from them. There's like, yes, this has our signature 2D style thing going on, but it's always something different gameplay-wise, and new cast of characters, new setting and everything. And then you always get something new and interesting. Might not always work out. Not all of their games have been winners in the past. I don't remember the last one of the last things they released wasn't super great.
The last thing they released a game called Flame Frit. That was neat in concept, but I was sort of like on parts of it because it goes from being like this top-down action game to suddenly it's Punch-Out with gimmicks, and I was like, I don't think I have the reaction time for this, which kind of ties into the next game I want to talk about, but.
But yeah, this looks interesting. Like I didn't really have that on my radar until it was mentioned in our Discord channel, and I was like, oh yeah, this looks pretty neat. When is that out?
I'm not sure it has a release date, to be honest with you, but they kind of just randomly dropped a trailer maybe a month or two ago. Oh, the release date is April 23rd. Okay. They just kind of dropped this trailer. They love doing this. They love dropping trailers out of nowhere. Be like, here's our new thing. Check it out. And I was like, oh, okay, sure. This looks neat. I will wishlist it. And then it popped up on the Next Fest. So I was like, I will give your game a try. But yeah, Denshattack is the next one.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this since laying my eyes on it the first time it popped up on. I don't know if it was a Nintendo Direct or I think it was a Nintendo Direct.
Yeah, I think you're right. But yeah, this game is aesthetically so cool. You're playing as this train conductor and you're jumping between tracks and you're doing tricks all the while, and you've got T-Lope's music blasting in the background, and aesthetically I love it, but I don't have the reaction time for it. I love the game. I don't think I'll play it beyond the demo though.
Is the timing so unforgiving on the tricks and everything?
It can be a little tight.
Okay, interesting. I mean, maybe
not so much on the tricks, but trying to jump between tracks, it can be a little like you have to be on point.
Interesting. I definitely want to try it out. Maybe I'll check out the demo as well. Didn't know it was out, to be honest. I wonder if they let it be more lenient when you play it on easy or something like that. But then again, that would take away from the speed, I guess.
Yeah,
which is
it
one
would.
of the main factors that make that game look so cool, because it all looks so swift and fluid and crazy.
It's so stylish.
Yeah. It's a really cool style. Like, it's so
Like,
over the top.
Like, the first level has you driving your train car to make a ramen delivery to some dude.
I mean, important. Spider-Man 2 had you deliver pizzas, so...
True. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, like I said, aesthetically, it's cool. I don't... Maybe I'll change my mind in the future whether or not... I mean, I feel like I should buy it just to support them, but I'll see how I feel down the line.
Yeah, I get it. I guess for me, it will come down to how easily I can adapt to the rhythm. The problem is not necessarily for me the reaction time. It's the... If I can get into a flow where it, like, the thing works itself out, or if it's just changing the pace so often, or what kind of buttons need to be pressed when you need to switch and so on, that it doesn't click with me and doesn't let me get into kind of rhythm. And this has feels like it is going for a bit of a rhythm thing,
a little
with the style, and going a bit for a Jet Set radio thing also and everything. So I don't know. It could work, but again, I haven't played the demo. But I was definitely like that immediately caught my eye when I saw a trailer of it, because it just looked so fucking cool.
Yeah, definitely try it.
The Hi-Fi Rush also, like, it feels a bit like that, and that is coming up soon for PS5. And,
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so definitely looking forward to finally playing that.
That is on my list, my very long list.
Yes. Same for me, but I'm definitely going to give that the priority when it comes out, because I've been looking forward to that a lot, and I've heard so many good things. John, what's next?
Vampire crawlers.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't really get into Vampire Survivors proper. Like, I like the idea of it, and I like some of the offshoots. I think I've talked about how I liked what was it called? 20 Minutes Till Dawn. That's what it was called. I was like 20 Minutes to Midnight. And I was like, no, that's an entirely different concept, Minutes to Midnight. Oh, no. But 20 Minutes Till Dawn and Hollow Cure are both games I really, really enjoyed. Mostly because you had a little bit more control over how you could choose, I want to fire in this direction. I want to press the fire button now. Whereas in Vampire Survivor, it's just, well, you're shooting in the direction that you're moving. And I get that. It keeps it simple, but I just want that little bit extra control. Vampire Crawlers...
Vampire Survivors, for people who don't know, is kind of like this, has this isometric, kind of top-down perspective going, and a lot of vampires or whatever monsters around you, and you have to, like, stack up stuff to become more powerful and blast them away while hordes attack you. And this, like, Vampire Crawlers seems to be going for something completely different, which I wasn't expecting. Is this a deck builder or something?
It is a roguelike deck builder.
Interesting.
So, yes, basically, Vampire Survivors is like shoot 'em up, bullet heaven, because you're the one shooting all the bullets. I don't think there's actually any vampires in the game, as far as I've heard.
Maybe, yeah. I haven't played it because I was like,
there was a Castlevania crossover.
Yes,
there's Alucard. He's not technically a vampire. He's a Dhampir.
Yeah, I guess I get it.
But yeah, no, this is kind of cool because it takes the format and flips it on its head, where you go into this like first-person view dungeon crawler thing where you're fighting like a bunch of the monsters and ghoulies from Vampire Survivors, and you're getting these cards, and different cards have different effects. Like some of the ones they start you off with are like, oh, you get a knife that deals X damage. It'll do that much damage to a single target, or it will split it up again among, like, if there's several targets. So like, say it does 40 damage and there's 2 targets. Well, you're going to be dealing 20 each, but the cards have these slots in them that you can get gems from, like different like treasure chests on the floor, and you can power up the cards. You get cards that power up your other cards. You get cards that deal more damage. You get there's so many cards. There's a lot of cards.
Yeah, and also you're playing a lot of them at the same time, apparently. Like some of these moments seem to be very crazy, which seems to be in line with what the experience of, Vampire Survivors was, just in a very different genre this time.
The mechanic is that cards have a mana cost, and you have so much mana per turn. Some of the basic ones are like, oh, these are 0 mana, so you could just throw them out there and blah, 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 blah. But as the mana costs start going up, and you have to kind of manage that, you have to be like, well, do I want to use this card and this card, or I just want to use this card and that card? So there's a little bit of strategy behind it. There's cards that you can throw out there that put up a shield because you will take damage and you don't have a ton of health. Like, I was having trouble. I think I got like 4 or 5 floors into the dungeon they give you in the demo, and I was really strapped for health, and I was like, I don't know how I'm going to survive. Spoilers, I didn't survive. But it's a neat way to change it up, and it's a lot of fun. So I could see losing a lot of time to this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was like, people got really lost in Vampire Survivors. Just, it's one of those one more run games.
And they keep stacking stuff on top of it. So
yeah, and it seems like this is just going for the same thing, only with cards. So not slow-paced things like Barton Kaitos or something like that, but super fast, and I assume everyone is going by pretty quickly and breezy, and you're just like, okay, one more, come on, one more.
Yeah, the fights
very dangerous game.
The runs themselves seem like they could be long, but the fights within the runs go by relatively quickly. Okay. So
I mean, that's the secret of like also good fighting game, like, or let's say good online component of a fighting game, when you can quickly get into the next fight, and the fight is over quickly, but you can get into the next stuff, and it keeps you going without much waiting time. And it seems like Vampire Crawlers is going for the same thing here.
I mean, it's got
quick
the same
dopamine rushes.
It's got the same sauce where you're getting the level ups, and you got the flashing lights, and you got the treasure chests with all sorts of items and gold in them. So they were like, well, we can spin this a different way. Yes, you definitely can.
Yes, the game is vomiting rainbows into your receptors.
Yes. After that was Replaced, which is a game that's definitely taking hints out of like something like Flashback, like if those old sort of cinematic platformer, I think a lot of people would qualify them as.
Yeah, I've seen the first trailer for this ages ago.
Yeah.
It looked really cool. It has like this cool cyberpunk aesthetic.
It's very dark, very gritty, very cyberpunk. Yeah. The combat is very Arkham coded.
That's not bad.
So, which is great because it feels, if you've ever played any of the Batman games, it feels immediately familiar, where you're doing like your big attack, your normal attack with your X button, you're doing dodges with the Y, you're looking out for the unblockable attacks. They give you this thing and they call it out in the demo. They say, this isn't when you're supposed to get this, but we're giving it to you now so you understand some of the flow of the gameplay that comes later on. They give you this gun that builds up as you do combos. So against some targets, you need to beat them using the gun. So they kind of show you, this is what we're going to be expecting of you later on in the game. And I think that's a pretty interesting way to do it. And it feels good and it looks great. Like, I had to really puzzle out part of the platforming in one section, and I was like, I can't figure out what you want me to do here. And I was like, is it this? I think it's this. And I kept running past it and trying it different ways until the game was like, no, this is the way you're supposed to do it. And I was like, okay. All right.
So was it just bad conveyance, or were you being an idiot?
I think maybe a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Okay.
Like, I'm willing to put a little bit of it on me, but I feel like it could have been slightly called out a little bit more. But I think I just didn't press the right button on the right spot. So I was like, okay, all right,
okay,
sure.
But I've been looking forward to this, just like with Denshattack. A lot.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty cool. So.
Yeah, definitely looks good. Like, the animations are amazing. There's cool camera movement for a 2D game, like, to give it more of a dynamic feel and everything. So
it's got the whole lighting thing going on that a lot of the like HD 2D games have, and it looks really beautiful. So
yeah, definitely on my radar. And I wasn't aware that it's coming out on March 12th.
Yeah, it's soon.
Yeah. I hope there will be a physical version. And
I think there's going to be. I think. Please don't quote me on that.
I don't see anything in official capacity, but the run will do something and announce it then, or I missed that, but I don't see it on Amazon or something as a pre-order. So we'll see.
Scott Pilgrim EX.
Yes, what is this? Is this like an
it was weird because
upgrade?
The demo that first came out didn't want to work with my controller, so I was like, oh, I guess I'm not playing this. But then I think they patched it a few days later and I tried it again. It's basically Scott Pilgrim 2 as far as, compared to the previous game. Because I think first game, like, obviously they're taking both taking pages out of stuff like Final Fight and River City Ransom and whatnot. Yes. But the first game, I still haven't played it. I need to. The first game is like stage based, right? You're going like stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, right?
I think so. I have it here and haven't played it yet either. I should get to that as well.
That was my understanding of the first game. I'm willing to sit down and actually play it and be corrected on that. But the second game feels more River City, where they're like, here's a mission. Here's the map. Go to the map and do the things and explore it. And there's like this big town map. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. This is pretty cool. And it looks absolutely gorgeous with the pixel art. And of course, you get Anna Managuchi back on the chiptune. So it sounds great. And it's just an absolute delight to watch and play and hear. So, and it reinforced to me, hey, stupid, play the first game.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I should actually get to that as well. But did they release they released a port for PS4, right?
Yeah.
The first game.
It was locked on like old consoles PS3 and Xbox 360 for so long because of, I guess, the deal Ubisoft had with whoever the distributor for the movie was. Was that Universal? I don't know. I don't know movies.
I think so, yeah.
But then they finally did a re-release, and I was like, well, I guess I have no excuse to not play it now, and I still haven't. But now it's on everything, and this sequel is coming, and it looks and it plays and it feels great, so I'm looking forward to eventually playing that after I play the first one. So
neat.
Wild Blue Skies. Hey, do you like Star Fox? Me too.
Yes, I do.
It's basically, since Nintendo doesn't want to do anything with Star Fox, we have all these Star Fox wannabes coming out of the woodworks, and they all look and play and feel great. And this is just the latest one. Like, there's, I think, what is it called? Fur Phoenix Squadron just came out. There's another one that I messed around with. There's this one. Like, it's just Star Fox. It's just Star Fox, and it captures the absolute aesthetic and gameplay that they wanted from, that they were trying to go for. And it's one of the programmers from Argonaut that worked on the original Star Fox, so it's got
crazy.
Yeah.
I have not heard about this before or have seen anything, and I'm immediately like, oh my god, give it to me fucking right now. It looks so good. Yeah, like, it's definitely going for more of a like cell shaded thing than Star Fox was, and I guess the main character is a dog and not a fox.
Yes.
Maybe?
Well, I mean,
legally distinctive.
Yeah.
And there's a dinosaur.
Yeah.
But yeah, outside of, there's even a fucking train level like you have in Star Fox 64 where you're chasing a train, you're flying through waterfalls. Like, there's so much. This is definitely not Star Fox 64, but it absolutely is Star Fox 64, and I'm all for that. So, I mean, the last kind of Star Fox game I was playing, I forgot what it was even called. It was a bit of a disappointment, Rogue Flight or something.
Yeah.
Because it didn't have enough variety, especially in the anime department, but also in the stage department. So I was super big on it.
Right. The other games I was thinking of were Whisker Squadron and X Zodiac. Those games, like, I don't think Whisker Squadron proper is out yet, but they do have a roguelike you can play, and it plays and feels great. X Zodiac, it just plays exactly like Star Fox 64, and there's so many graphics options in that game. You can crunch down the graphics to make it look like a Super Nintendo game. You can purposely slow the frame rate down as low as you want to recreate the same feel. I think you can even change the aspect ratio to look like an old game. It's like, Jesus, it's got so much consideration in there, and it looks and it plays great. And so does this too. You know, it's obviously a bit more of a modernized take. They do so. I really wish you could reconfigure the controls a bit, because it does the thing where the normal blaster and the lock-on shot are two different buttons. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure I like that, but, you know, obviously that's their decision to map it that way. But hopefully it can be changed when it releases. But it looks great and it plays great, and it just tells me that, hey, look at all these people out here wanting this thing. Miyamoto's standing there like, oh, we can't do it. What new stuff can we do with Star Fox? You don't always have to make it new all the time, guys. Come on.
That was the downfall of Star Fox Zero. Just forcing the Wii U gimmicks on that game. Otherwise, it would have been a great game, but those things broke it. Like, those things made it actively worse. Everything else about the game was pretty damn solid. I know some people didn't like the look of it. I liked it a lot. Like, this looks great. What do you want? But the gameplay stuff, just all the stuff where you had to use the gamepad and how you had to use it, how the view was split up, was so unintuitive and annoying and finicky. And I was just like,
look at the gamepad the whole time you're playing.
On that, it was
Look at the gamepad the whole time you're playing, like.
But also not. Sometimes you had to always constantly switch back and forth between your big screen and the gamepad if you wanted to evade attacks, if you wanted to attack a weak point, and so on. And it felt so weird and cumbersome.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was my first impression when I played the demo at Gamescom before it came out. And the guy, it was funny enough, one of the presenters there asked me, what did you think about it? I was like, I liked it, but I hope they do something about these controls and the split view thing, because that doesn't work for me. He was like, and literally nothing was changed after that. Like, that's how it came out, and it had the same problems I had with it when I played the demo. I was like, oh, god damn it.
How very Nintendo to not accept feedback.
I mean, to be fair, the guys that are working there, he probably was just asking out of courtesy or maybe his own interest.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like that's something they would be asked to pass along.
Maybe. Also, maybe Nintendo is just not fucking interested, like you said. So
yeah,
it's like, but maybe also we're like there to make sure that people didn't, I don't know, steal the demo or shit.
Yeah, but there's that too.
I still hope that we'll get a reworked version of Star Fox Zero that doesn't rely on this. But the problem is, in contrast to other Wii U games, where the gamepad was not necessarily integral to the whole game experience, it was just a map or item management interface that was put on there or something like that, some shortcuts. So it wasn't integral. And Star Fox Zero, you can't really, unless you do a split screen on the big screen itself, you can't really do a port of this without completely reworking at least certain levels of the game, because some of the stuff just doesn't work with only third person or only first person. You need both, because the game is
require an entire overhaul.
Yes, and I don't know if Nintendo is willing to put the work in for that, a game that like abysmally flopped for the Wii U. I don't know if they want to risk that again, putting it on the Switch. So we'll see. I mean, I would buy it, but goddamn, I doubt we'll get it.
Yeah. I promise we're coming up on the end.
That's fine. I'm making this longer than it has to be anyway.
The next one is Mightreya. So this is made by the same people who made this action game called Assault Spy, and I feel like they kind of looked at the My Hero Academia Arena fighter games and were like, that's neat. Okay. What if it was an actual action game, though?
Interesting.
So you play as this girl, Rhea, and you're going around fighting monsters as a superhero, and you have all sorts of combo stuff you can do to them. You can hit them with a 1-2, a short combo. You can grab them, you can throw them, you hit them with this giant fist. You have like this super attack you can build up. There's this neat fight where you're fighting like this one-on-one, like villain-esque dude, and it's very fast and frantic and kinetic, and it's super cool, and it's a lot all at once, but it's really neat. And I like I said, I was playing it and I was like, yeah, this is probably what the My Hero games should feel like, and they kind of don't.
And I mean, it's cool, like it being an actual action game. I hope there will be like an actual story going along with it. The trailer sure makes it look like it. And
they kind of drip feed like bits and pieces of the story, but they're also, the character narration is also very self-aware that, hey, this is a demo, and it's like, what do you mean? Hold on, wait, what?
Interesting.
So they kind of lean into it a little bit with that, but you even get a training ground where you get to try out all of the moves. You get to see just how the game looks and feels, and it feels good. Not all of the options work properly in the demo. Whoa. Like if you turn the camera sensitivity down beyond a certain point, well, the camera just doesn't work on the right stick.
Whoops.
And you can't turn off controller vibrations, so they definitely have some things to iron out. But
I mean, that's what a beta demo is really good for. Like, when if they I think they got enough feedback to these kind of very obvious bugs that for some reason they missed before. So I think that will be ironed out. I would be surprised if they didn't do that first.
Yeah, I would hope so. But as it stands, it has some pretty cool potential. So I'm really looking forward to that too. Last one. Parasite Mutant, because Square won't make a new Parasite Eve. It looks and plays the part. It's very dark. It's very gritty. It's basically got almost the exact same combat with those single addition that you alongside your gun, you have a melee attack, which is something I don't believe you had in the original Parasite Eve.
No, you didn't, as far as I remember. What was there? There might have been like a baton or something, but also maybe I'm misremembering. I don't think there was anything really related.
Yeah, I feel like there wasn't, because I mean, it's been a long time since I played PE1, and then I didn't play 2, and the third birthday doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. A lot of people would like to forget that it exists.
But yeah, no, this is really cool because it recaptures that same idea behind it, and where the enemies come up and you're locked into this one area with them, and when you hit the button to attack, it shows your range, and it shows what weapon you can use, how many times you can attack. You're not parasite energy, as it were.
It even uses the same fucking font as Parasite Eve does in its logo, kind of.
Yeah.
So
a little bit. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I've heard mixed things about it, though. Like, in regards to some of the gameplay stuff not necessarily working, or design-wise, or presentation-wise. I heard some people saying, this is it's trying to ape Parasite Eve, but in terms of coming together, it doesn't really work all the way. So I don't know, what were your impressions in that regard?
I think my only misgiving with it is that, you're kind of puzzling out certain areas and they want you to do certain things in a certain order. And it feels like something could be flagged a little better because it wants you to find, like, the nice thing about it is the map, the different areas of the map will change to a different color once you've found everything in it. So much it'll be like, it'll at least tell you, hey, you still need to find something here. But I feel like they could still flag things slightly better because in a couple places it felt a little pixel hunty. So,
yeah.
But I do think it's good, and I think this will exist very nicely alongside. There's a game called Valhalla. It's that bartender one. They're working on a game that is very similar to this as well, called 45 Parabellum Bloodhound. So it's nice to see that people are working on this sort of thing, because I mean,
sure.
I fell in love with Parasite Eve because of the way the first game played. And then
same.
And then they were like, well, we want to chase after the trend that is Resident Evil when they made PE2. And I was like,
yeah. And, also,
I mean,
design changed, the story changed and everything, and it was just not the same thing. Like,
I hear PE2 is fine, but
yes,
like
it's not third birthday. It's still playable. It's still like it still has a decent atmosphere. Got a crazy dumb story, like much dumber than the first game, but there is still something there. It's still playable, even though it's more of a Resident Evil ripoff. But the first one just had this unique identity in being this weird hybrid of RPG, but also survival horror, and had this just really riveting story. And it was like this weird sequel to a fucking Japanese horror movie and a novel or whatever.
That's right.
And it just so, what is this? And what are they referencing? What are they talking about? And it had such a cool atmosphere and fantastic music. I love the soundtrack to Parasite Eve 1. It's so fucking good.
And I mean, even if you don't know all that stuff, the game still stands on its own. So
absolutely, it's so much fun. I mean, there are grindy parts too, like the Empire State Building.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
fucking insane.
Yeah, I think you have to start a new game plus before you do that. That part I didn't do, but I did everything else in the game. So
that can be frustrating, but everything before that, and the story is just actually like super. It's a super fun buddy cop action movie in a way, with Aya and Daniel kind of being like the main characters in a way, and it's just so much fun. It's so fun. There's sometimes even witty dialogue and everything, and it's creepy and it's gross, and there's some legit off-putting, fucked up moments in there, like the scene in the zoo or in the stadium or whatever, at the concert, where everyone just goes end of Evangelion and merges into this giant fucking mass.
Yeah. Little bit of body horror. That's fine.
Super body horror. I loved it. It was one of the first imported games I played, because it didn't come out over here.
Oh, it didn't?
No.
Huh.
I think now that it was out on PS1 Classics or whatever, that we also got access to that. But the original version was not released in Europe, or at least not released in Germany. So me and one of my friends, we saw the US version in some kind of shop that had import games, and was like, man, this looks so cool, just from the inlay and whatever and the back of the box. But it was like, how do we play US games? And then we found, you need an import, a modded PS1, and you need an RGB cable to be actually for our TVs to be able to display it properly. And then we got that, and we played it, and we both loved the fuck out of it. So, and that's how we, and we'll talk about that when we talk about our past game experiences later in the show. But, after having a bit of contact with imported games in the SNES era and NES era, when I played it on those consoles with a couple of friends, and they had imported consoles, this was the first time where actually myself got an import console, or a console that could play imported games because it was modded, and or because there was a Game Shark attached to it that it could play games. And Parasite Eve was the first game, my first NTSC US imported game that I owned, and so it has a very special place in my heart. And
Nice.
I still love it to bits. I've played through it, I think, 2 or 3 times since then. So I would love for there to be a modern port. It can be a super basic port. It doesn't need to be like HD whatever upres, but it's just a good port that I can play it on a modern console. I would love that. I know this will never happen probably, but
Maybe someday.
or a collection. I don't want to play the other 2 games, but just to be able to, just to be able to play the first one again in a good capacity. I feel like maybe Square Enix is not above releasing a collection of that, even though nobody wants a third birthday or wants to remember that. But hey, just being able to play Parasite Eve 1 again, have more people experience this for the first time, and it's amazing design, gameplay, and soundtrack and everything. So that would be really cool. But until then, Parasite Mutant seems to be something that can at least make you rekindle those memories.
Yeah, that and, like I said, Parabellum Bloodhound. Apparently, Parabellum Bloodhound is content complete, so
Neat.
It might be on the way sooner than we think.
But yeah, lots of cool demos, John. Thanks for checking those out, because I had a lot of those games I didn't have on my radar. Like, Wild Blue, not at all. Mightreya looks also pretty cool. I just see stuff, and then if it looks cool, I put it on my Steam wish list, and then if it pops up during the next fest, I'm like, I want to try you. Yay! It's a smart choice. I always see cool trailers of cool games that really appeal to me, and then I forget to wishlist them or save them somewhere, and I completely forget these games exist. And then when I'm lucky, those pop up again on my radar when they actually come out, and I'm like, whoa, okay, I have to put that somewhere. But sometimes I don't want to know how many cool games I missed out of the years, especially indie games, because I don't know, there are so many games, and
there's a lot of games.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh shit, I forgot this exists. Yeah, but I'm doing the same approach you're doing right now. I wishlisted all the games from your list you just talked about that interest me, that piqued my interest, or that I hadn't wishlisted yet for some reason, like Replaced, which I am super hot on, or have been hot on since I saw the first trailer. So I'm definitely looking forward to getting that. So that's it for all the demos you played. You want to talk about some other stuff before we get into the full games that we checked out or played from beginning to end or whatever?
I got a couple quick things. Your boy made the switch from Windows to Linux this year.
Yay? Nay?
Actually, pretty yay. There's been a couple of little weird hitches in there, of like trying to get the mic to work and getting the recording set up that we have going now is a little frustrating at first. But we've got things figured out, and like I said, I think the first step for me was when I got the ROG Ally and I put Parasite on it, because I wasn't digging the Xbox full screen experience. You could come up with a better name, Microsoft. And then I was like, well, let's make this the year we move away from Windows. So I installed a virtual machine on my computer, and I just rolled through a whole bunch of different distros, and I was like trying to narrow down, okay, which one do I like best? Which has the best features? This, that, and so the computer I'm on now is running it's called running Nobara. Nobara is a Fedora-based Linux operating system that is very much geared toward gaming, and it runs really well. It's basically Windows without all of the bloat. You can install apps using something called, I think it's called Flatpost. Yes, because Linux applications come in different formats. You can install them from a terminal if you're a weirdo and a gearhead. Or you can get them in what are called flat packs, and they just install a lot more easily and quickly. And gaming on Linux has now gotten easier thanks to Valve and Proton and Like you can play pretty much anything on Linux now, except for games that might have like proprietary DRM, so you're not going to be playing your Destiny 2 or your Battlefield 6 or your Riot games on Linux, not anytime soon, at least. So that, and then the nice thing about Proton is it's open source. Mm-hmm. So if the profiles that Valve are supplying don't work, well, there's tools out there called Lutris and Proton Plus. You can download other open source Proton profiles. You could try using those. Like, I didn't put it on the Play Buffet this time around because I haven't put enough time into it to really know how I feel about it yet. But I wanted to try out Arcanite's Enfield, and I was like, well, I guess the only way I'm going to play it is on my phone or tablet, and I don't want to use touch controls or put it on my PlayStation. I don't want to have to start up my PlayStation exclusively to play one game until I discovered, hey, there is this other Proton profile that works with the game, and you can play it on Linux. And I gave it a try, and I was like, oh, well look at that. Look at that. I could play it, and I could try it out. And this is great that there's so much compatibility on Linux now, and it's not as daunting to get into. It's like I said, I put Nobara on this machine. On another machine, I put an operating system called Zorin, which is Ubuntu based. And oh man, Ubuntu has come a long way since I tried using it on an old laptop like 7 or 8 years ago. Like, it just works now.
I think it's been like 20. How long has Ubuntu been around? I used it. I know specifically what I used it for. I did a dumb thing where I formatted my hard drive and used the new username on my new Windows installation and wasn't able to access my old files from my personal folder anymore because that is locked to username, right?
Yeah.
But thankfully, someone told me that if I used boot disk with Ubuntu on it, there's a way to access those files and copy them over to your new folder setup or whatever. So that's what I used it for. And that was the only time I ever used it. And that was like, I don't know, like I said, 20 years ago or something. So
yeah.
It's been a while.
Okay, the first version of Ubuntu was October 2004.
Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah.
And they
2 years after that, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, they put out their big canonical, as they call them, like the stable releases every 6 months. So they usually have like the year number, so this, and then the month. So the first version would have been 4.10, and then after that was 5.04, and then you can, as you move forward. So I tried it out a few days ago just to see what vanilla Ubuntu looks like now, and it's a lot better than what it was. But Zorin is really good because it's like, do you want a more Windows-like experience? This is great, and it looks great. It runs really nicely and just very lightweight. There's another distro out there called Linux Mint that a lot of the people like to talk about as well, and it's good too, but Zorin just has a few extra options that Mint doesn't. So I have had so far a pretty good experience on Linux, some small hitches here and there, but I just wanted to be free of the shackles of Microsoft. I was so sick of updates breaking things and stuff not working. I told you guys on Discord that my dad had an issue with Microsoft Office on his computer. I have an old license key for Office 2010 that I have held on to since 2011 because it specifically still works. And my dad was like, hey, so Office is telling me that it's not registered. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That license key has no expiration date. A Windows update decided to install Office 365 on his computer twice. The American English version and the French Canadian version. So I had to uninstall it twice so he could go back to using Office 2010. And I was like, nah, this is not it, brother. like I had been using LibreOffice for a long time because I got so sick of Microsoft Office in general, but like that really cemented to me, I am going to switch operating systems, and hopefully this works out, and so far it has.
Some minor annoyances aside.
Yes.
Also related to podcast recording and so on.
I'll tell you, I'm one of those stupid idiots who has RGB stuff in his computer, so trying to work out how Open Link Hub works was a test of patience, but now it works. So cool. It's neat. I'm glad it works now. It mostly works. It doesn't exactly do the same things that it used to before, but it works well enough that I am satisfied with it.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
But there's that. And then I did one other stupid thing. So the Virtual Boy.
You did not.
Yeah, I did.
You want to like kill your neck or something?
I mean, a little bit, but here's the thing: I don't know if the old Virtual Boy visor was like this. For context, I bought the one that for the Switch and Switch 2. To put that out there, I don't know if the old V-Boy visor did this, but you can adjust the orientation of the visor itself, so you can point it down, so you don't have to have your neck be like. So it's at least slightly usable. I don't know if it's something I would use regularly, but I wanted to get, because I never had a Virtual Boy back in the day. I mean, I think only one of our mutual friends had one, because he had talked about having one. But I was like, you know what? I will give this a try just to see what it's like. And I mean, as far as recreating the original experience goes, apparently from what people are saying, it's pretty authentic, but is
it a good or a bad thing though?
It's good because it doesn't use okay, so the way the screen projection worked on the original Virtual Boy was because I guess red LEDs at the time were the cheapest on the market, and Nintendo was a lot about affordability back in those times. Like, I mean, Gunpei Yokoi had told stories about how cheap the Game Boy was to manufacture, and like how he got the idea from seeing someone playing with a calculator. So, and that was the idea behind the Virtual Boy as well, I guess. But like any other color of LED was like way too expensive, apparently. But I guess in a future update in the Virtual Boy app, they're going to let you change the colors, so it'll be at least less eye-searingly red. And I don't know if it was the color or the actual LEDs that were the cause of people having not a good time with the original Virtual Boy. So I want to dive back in there when they push that update, because I tried a couple of games on there, and for what it is, it's a neat little oddity. Like playing the Wario Land was like, oh, this is cool. I don't know if I'd play it every day.
How's the 3D effect compared to, I don't know, the 3DS or something like that?
It feels less intense than I was expecting. Like, it is there, but it's not like... It's weird. It doesn't feel like it's popping off the screen the way the 3DS was able to make that manifest. So the effect is there, and I'm kind of glad there's an option there to adjust like the distance between the screens, because like on an Oculus Quest, I always had trouble sort of adjusting that just right for my eye width. I was never able to get it like just so. I felt like I was having to like adjust my own eyes before the lenses. And there's still a little bit of that on there, but it feels slightly more adjustable and works a little bit better, I think. It's funny because if you start up the application, the menu before you start the games is actually in full color. So it's not being projected in red and black if you look at the actual tablet when it's outside of the visor. But, the games are their actual color, which is kind of funny. I guess the visor, when you put it in there, projects the color over them.
Interesting.
So that's sort of neat the way they're able to do that. But, yeah, it's a stupid gimmick. And I was like, you know what? I guess I'll give it a try. And I wanted to get that because I was like, it's either that or the weirdo cardboard one where I'm going to have to hold it up to my face constantly because it doesn't have like a strap or anything. So I was like...
It's just weird when Nintendo does shit like that where it's like, oh, we wanted to put that out there. Yeah, but did you think this through? Like how people would actually have to use it?
No.
Just put a fucking strap on there, you stupid bitches. What the hell?
I don't think the what did they call it? The Nintendo Labo VR had a strap either, I don't think.
It's just so fucking weird. Sometimes I do not understand what their thinking process is. It's like, have any of you tried actually using this?
I don't either, but like I said, I just wanted to get it mostly for posterity and just mess around with it because I don't see myself going out and buying a real Virtual Boy anytime soon. No. I don't even know how much an actual Virtual Boy costs right now, and I'm sure the games are stupid expensive because the entire library is going to be coming to the VB app anyway because it had 25 games.
Not many.
Yeah.
And probably not many that you actually want to play.
Yeah. List of Virtual Boy games. God, it had 22 officially released. So, and it's cool that we're actually going to be getting an unreleased game on there. So that's neat. That I'm actually looking forward to because Nintendo won't give us a new F-Zero, so they're going to give us an unreleased one. All right, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to check it out as well. I don't know if I want to pay the price of admission for the actual thing.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't even know where to place. I mean, I could probably play it at my desk, and because I can adjust the height of my desk, so I could probably just adjust it just right for me not having to lean forward or something like that. Just sitting in front of it, that would probably be possible. But I don't know if I'm interested enough for that.
Yeah, so, I mean, it is. It was a gimmick back then. It's a gimmick now.
Yeah. I mean, just for out of curiosity, maybe. But
yeah.
How much is it?
The cardboard one I think is $30, and the actual visor is it's $100.
Yes, of course.
So,
no,
Nintendo
over here it's €80.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that kind of equals to $100, I guess. Kind of, maybe 90. But yeah, interesting.
So yeah, it's a neat little curiosity, and it's in my hands now. So if ever I want to mess with it and continue to screw up my eyes because I have to wear glasses now for short range stuff, yay, farsightedness.
Great.
Yeah, that's all the weird stuff I had on the docket. The rest is actual video games.
Yeah. So, what proper quote-unquote games did you play?
I started playing a game called Windswept. And this was neat. It caught my eye during one of the previous Next Fests. It's a weird way to phrase it, but you know what I mean. You can definitely tell it was inspired by like Donkey Kong Country like 2 or 3, because it's got the same style of platforming where you have these team up moves. If you run off a ledge, you basically have coyote time where you can run off a slight bit before you're still able to do a jump in midair.
You have Rambi.
It's got bonuses, it's got collectibles, it's got animal pals. I stopped playing it though because I was kind of getting frustrated with it. So the nice thing about the game is it gives you infinite lives. So you can afford to make a lot of mistakes, and that's nice. Some of the platforming they expect you to do, like I got maybe like to the third world of the game. I don't even know how many there are. Some of it starts to border on like Kaizo level. I was just like, brothers, I don't have this in me.
I mean, I've heard that the two new 2D Donkey Kong games are also super hard. I'll finally get around to playing them now that they're both on the Switch. But because I wanted to do the first one first and not start with Tropical Freeze. So I don't know if it's just us getting old and not being able to do it anymore. Like, if Windswept is really tougher. I don't know. Have you played both Donkey Kong Country Returns and Returns Tropical Freeze? Or
I played Returns. I played it on the 3DS of all things, so I probably didn't have the best experience with it. I started playing Tropical Freeze on the Wii U, and then they released the Switch version, so it's like, well, I guess I'll start over on that eventually. But Returns kind of frustrated me because I don't know how to say it. It just didn't feel quite like the old games. Like, it is hard to mentally separate something when there is this thing in the past that's like, hey, look at this old thing, we're trying to do it again, and it doesn't quite feel the same. I mean, at least with the 3DS version, they got rid of the stupid waggle you had to do from the Wii version, which I think they got rid of that from the Switch version as well, right?
Yeah. But, I mean, you have to be able to play it in mobile, and you don't want to shake your fucking system every time you want to do a roll. So they had to do it, and I think I don't know if it's like if you play with the Joy-Cons, if docked mode, if then it's like the default setting or something. But I imagine there to be an option if you play it with a Pro controller, probably also, hopefully, without wiggle. I haven't tested it out yet, but otherwise I will play this only in fucking mobile mode because I don't want to use the fucking motion controls for this. This is why I didn't play it on the Wii for more than a couple of levels. Like, nah, this is just.
I mean, I remember
stupid.
There was a modified version that you could acquire of the Wii version that patched out the waggle, which was neat, and it probably was the best way to play the game on the Wii, but.
Yeah, you could set it to the shoulder buttons or any button really, the function. So
yeah, there was that, but I just ended up getting frustrated with the game, and I was like, I like this, but I don't think I can keep doing this to myself because I'm just getting mad, more and more mad with each level.
With Windswept.
With Windswept, and I was like, I just gotta put it down. So I mean,
that's fine. We'll talk about a game later that was the same for me, but I finished it, but also I didn't. I'll talk about it later.
I think I know which one looking at the list.
Yeah.
But there's that. I believe you talked about it the last time we recorded for this, but I finally sat down and played through Donkey Kong Bananza.
Yeah. How did
that
you
game
like
is
it?
super fun.
It is amazing. So many people, especially in our Discord, this is the game of the year. What the fuck is this? This is not a legit contender. It's like, guys, have you actually played the game? What the fuck?
I don't know about it being a game of the year contender, but it was still a lot of fun. I know a lot of people oh, this looks like a whatever baby game, and I'm like, yeah, I mean a little bit, but it's just fun.
I feel like a baby game though. It has some really decent and in parts very challenging gameplay stuff. Yeah, just like Mario Odyssey had, and this is from the same team.
Oh yeah, you can definitely tell.
Feels like it.
It is cut from the same cloth. That is for sure.
Absolutely. Also, in terms of movement, there's a lot of interesting platforming challenges in regards to combining your different abilities and everything, and the same, maybe not to an speedrun or compatible level that Mario Odyssey has with all the stuff you could do with the cap and everything. But it definitely, there's a lot of stuff you can do in that game. And then you add to that all the open world stuff and how, you can dig into everything or almost everything. And then all the animal capabilities and everything. I feel like the gameplay of that game, super fun, super varied. But I already said that in my review of it. So I'll let you talk.
And I mean, I agree with pretty much all of that. I went a little crazy though, because I was like, I want to fill out the skill tree. Yes.
Oh, Lord.
I didn't. So I finished the game, but I didn't go back and collect all the bananas that populate after you beat the game. But I did collect all the ones that you can get through the normal course of play. So I had like 700 something nanners, and I had like, I maxed out all of the Bananzas and not all of this, not all of the other skills. Like I got close with some of them, but I went a little bananas.
Okay, that's it, guys. Was a good show until this moment. John had to ruin it.
Listen, someone had to say it at some point.
It's true.
But no, I had a real great time. Dude, those last bosses.
Good. I mean, like I said.
Like when they hit you with the I didn't realize it was going to be like 4 fights long. Like they did the first one. I was like, okay, that was a neat fight. And then they hit you with the fake end credits like in Donkey Kong Country. I was like, wait a minute, hold on.
I think the finale of that game is phenomenal. Like there's so much shit going on and it feels like it's really, oh, things are getting serious. What the fuck? What is going on? Holy shit, this is crazy. Like it's ramping up so much towards the finale of this. Everything becomes super dramatic, and I love that the music gets amazing and everything. So, I mean, the music is amazing throughout the whole game, but it's really like, okay, this is the finale of the game.
Yes.
And better strap in, folks. You're gonna have a wild ride time here. So, yeah, I loved it. I loved how the game wrapped up. What I didn't like was like that, and we talked about the last time, was like, hey, you're done with the game. No, actually, you're not done with the game.
Yeah.
Like, no, I thought I was done with the game.
I'm going to put you all the way back to the start with, there's now all of this you can do.
Yes, I was like, nope, sorry.
I will say
I love this game, but I'm done.
I will say I kind of accidentally found my way into the DLC at one point. Because on the race course world, there's a character you can talk to and they will bring you to DK Island. And I was like, oh, this is how you, okay. And I didn't do any of that stuff there, but I guess they had some like time limited events you can go and do. And I missed all of those. Oh, well, but
I mean, some of the, or at least one of the challenge optional things where you can get 3 bananas or whatever, the challenge rooms, is specific homage to Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2 and 3. I think each of them has one of those challenge rooms where specifically one of the Donkey Kong Country games.
Yeah, they had a couple of different classic ones. Like they had like the Bramble level, they had the minecart level, they had the jungle levels. So they did it like a few different ways. It was really neat. So
cool game. Like everybody who likes 3D platformers or adventure games, and who, especially if you liked the recent 3D Mario games, or especially Super Mario Odyssey, you should not be missing out on Bananza, because this is, like John said, cut from the same cloth, and it's super entertaining. Get a lot of hours out of this, and super sympathetic duo, and it's just fun. It's just a fun fucking game.
Yeah, I think I put like 35 hours into it when all was said and done, so...
Yeah, probably the same for me. Maybe even more, I don't know.
Because I was looking on how long to beat, and it's like, oh, it's 20 hours, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I was like, but I must have banana.
I mean, and also, you don't have to go into every world, technically, but you kind of want to go into every world.
Yeah.
Like, there's this part in the game where the route splits up, and you don't really have to go the other route if you don't want to, technically, at least at first. But you should, because otherwise you're missing out on great stuff. So that's also what I did, of course. It's like, no, of course I'm going to check that out as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to the game, and there's a lot to see and do, and it's super good. Maybe at some point I'll go back and get the rest of Banana, or maybe look at the DLC, but that's fine. I got my time out of it. But
yeah, me too. Glad you had a lot of fun with it.
Yes. So, what do you got?
What did I have? What do I have? Well, not done yet. And I talked about this in our previous freeze frames per second episode. I wanted to do a bit of a retro RPG thing where I finally play through 3 specific games. Replay 1, play 2 of them for the first time, and those were... Oh god, what's the actual name of the collection? Quintet.
Oh, you mean the developer?
Yes, it is technically considered the Quintet trilogy, I think.
Oh, okay. I thought there was like a specific name that they ascribed to these 3 games. Like,
I'm not sure, maybe, but also I only know the Quintet trilogy. So the 3 mainline games of the Quintet trilogy. I mean, they're technically 5 because you also can count ActRaiser into this. I think. You know, because the Master exists or God exists in these games, and is kind of prequel to those games or something. I don't know how the timeline actually matches up. I don't even know if there's a reference to it in one of the games, but whatever. So, Soul Blazer or Blader, depending on the region. Illusion of Gaia or Time, again, depending on the region. Over here, it was known as Illusion of Time. And the last one being Terranigma, which I've played Illusion of Gaia. I've not played Soul Blazer and not Terranigma. So I got the first 2 out of the way in this run. Checked out Soul Blazer for the first time. Very interesting. Solid action RPG. Like top-down perspective, isometric perspective. And you go through the levels. Kind of like, I want to call it Metroidvania, but you always like get new skills and equipment, and then that opens up new parts of the map, and you can go to different places, and then once you're done with one specific hub world, you move over to the next one, and you have a couple of different stages and so on. And also, you get, for each of these little hubs, you get a little town that you can, in the action stages, you can rescue people, and that those unlock more things in the town world and in the town parts of the game and everything, and that moves the story forward. And the story is you have to... What is the actual story of the game?
You know, I played Soul Blazer beginning to end back in the day, and I don't remember the exact parts of the story.
You play like kind of this hero sent from heaven, kind of angel, kind of something else, the Soul Blader, or Blazer, I guess. And you have to technically save the world from this omnipotent evil called Death Toll, or whatever, that was summoned by a king, and due to the king being greedy and wanted power, but that backfired and everything. So the whole world is kind of cursed, and you have to free the souls of every person, animal, plants, or whatever that has been captured by Death Toll. And that's how you repopulate the towns and everything. And there's also like the small little sub-story with a girl and her father and everything that is part of that, who worked for the evil king and was part of, you know, freeing Death Toll or unleashing Death Toll and everything. So it's pretty neat. It's pretty like has pretty good pacing. The action is solid and everything. It has like this weird magic system that you have to get used to, where you have like this orb floating around you, and you can't control the way it moves around you. You can only control when the magic is released, like when the magic takes effect, when you hit the button. But you often have to wait like for the orb to be at the right place to hit the enemies. And that like took some time getting used to, because I'm usually like, okay, I have to point my character in that direction or align it that way, and then if I press the button, I will hit the enemy. That's not how it works in this game.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different game, but I thought there was a button you could like hold to keep it in place. Or
Could be, and maybe I never found that. No, that could be the case. I mean, I didn't have a manual for this, and I was like, okay, I just pressed the button. I don't know if I actually tried holding the button down, John. Maybe I missed a completely different aspect of the gameplay, but also some of the magic works differently, where it's more of a shield around you or whatever, or the area of effect is different. It's not like a straightforward shot or something like that. It's more of a thing that I don't know that gets a shot that like revolves around you or stuff like that, or a homing shot or whatever. So it's really interesting, got a cool vibe to it. The music is overall great, like you got some funky beats in there, although the town theme outwears its welcome very quickly, considering how much you hear it, and it's not that great of a melody. And yeah, it was fun. Like it's not a super deep game or anything, not a super deep story. You can play through it very quickly. Some parts of it are kind of tough, but you get used to it, and you just need to remember it's always about how far can I go into the dungeon before I run risk of dying. And if you die, I don't even know what the complete punishment of this was anymore, but it's kind of severe. So you want to backtrack at a certain point or teleport back to the town, saving or whatever. And being able, I mean, I also, I played it on an emulator, so technically I could use save states. But, if you played the game proper, you'd have to make the decision, okay, how far do I actually want to go here? Judging from my magic that I still have left, from my HP that I still have left, is it worth it? Or should I maybe return to the town and maybe then later take the time to get back here? So a bit of a Dark Souls thing in regards to that, right? You also unlock shortcuts where then later in the game you can get more easily to the later parts of the game and don't have to backtrack through the entire level. So that's also worth a lot. And it's pretty cool. It's just design-wise, it's like, I don't know if I've played an action RPG of that vein either ever or definitely not in recent years. It's got some pretty unique ideas in there that are super interesting.
I found what I was thinking about. It was so you could hold down the shoulder buttons to keep your sword held out. So no, it's not a function that was in the game. I must be thinking of something else then.
Yeah. No, there's holding the sword out, definitely I did a fucking lot, because that is the strategy. Yeah, that is kind of unbalanced. Not unbalanced because it's probably intended, but you also do a lot of damage. And if you combine that with the magic that is like all around you, that is lingering in certain parts around you, you can do a lot of damage build up on enemies. So yeah, there are a lot of techniques that you can use and you can combine to be become a force to be reckoned with. So it's fun. Yeah, so cool basic action RPG. Liked it a lot. They changed the portrait at the end of the Western version of the main girl. Looks much more anime in the or 80s anime in the Japanese version. They westernized it in the American version and the European version for some reason.
That I didn't know.
Yeah. It looks much more Western comic booky in our versions, and it's classic 80s Japanese anime style in the version in the Japanese version. Look it up. Interesting. I want to say the Japanese version looks better, but hey, that just, because of my preferences in regards to art design. But hey, I also like American comics, so it's fine. The second game, I already played in the past. Illusion of Gaia. Like I said, I have known it as Illusion of Time for the most time of my life, because that was called here. I played it back in the day. I got it for a Super Nintendo. Gotta mention that later again, too. And played it actually with the official Nintendo or Square Enix strategy guide that came with the game. And it's I loved that game back in the day. I love it now. I think this is just one of those, I don't know if it's forgotten. I feel like people who played it still remember it, but it's definitely one of those that does not appear on every best of the SNES list, like Secret of Mana or the Zelda or the fucking or the Final Fantasies or whatever.
Yeah, but it's definitely a less talked about game. I think people still that it's still somewhere out there in the mind space. Like, I had seen a couple of live streams recent-ishly where there were some people playing it, so people do still think of the illusion of Gaia.
It plays so well. It's just such a fun action RPG. It's quick. You can so it's about this guy called Will, young boy in like this harbor town, I guess, this harbor village, and then without parents, I guess, and there's this backstory with explorers and everything. You get a bit of a One Piece vibe where everything like went out and tried to explore the world, and then some shit happened and whatever, and it's kind of not done anymore. And the entire game is you as Will with your friends going from one kind of known historical or myth-based place in the world our world technically, and then fighting monsters there, uncovering secrets, and it's just this nice globe-trotting adventure, and it has like this fantastic atmosphere, sometimes really dark. Yeah. Considering what is happening to some of the characters, like there's some really dark, nasty undertone to the game.
I never finished the game back in the day, but I do remember parts that pop being like, oh, what do you mean?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, there's some stuff in there where it's like, oh, right. Some Super Nintendo games and some RPGs really had a dark, nasty streak to it when it came to what they did to some of the characters. There's some really, really weird, dark shit in there. It's just like, the optic is is very colorful and pops off the screen and everything, and the characters are kind of chibi, I guess, and so it has more of a kid-friendly vibe to it. But some of the story that happens in there, there are a lot of people dying in this in one way or another, and a lot of the stuff is super grim, but also it's very entertaining in certain parts and funny, and I don't know, the mix just worked for me, and I love the atmosphere. I love the soundtrack of this game. It's so good. It's just, and I got just transported back to my youth, just lying in front of the TV in my parents' bedroom, where the big TV was set up on the ground that had color. The TV in my room was still in black and white. It was very small, so at some point I shifted over to playing in their bedroom after I got home from school. And then I remember I vividly have a memory of me lying in front of the screen playing Illusion of Gaia. And there's this moment in one of the towns where you have to stand in line and wait to get an upgrade. And I remember waiting to get into that stupid shop where you can buy that upgrade, and just having a pretzel next to me and nibbling on it, just waiting for a fucking line to move. It's a very vivid memory from my past that is connected to that game. So, yeah, and then get transported back to that by playing this, which is super fun. And it's a very solid action RPG with an actually cool story. It's very basic, because that's kind of how most of the RPGs were at that time, I guess. But again, very solid, very fun. A lot of different sceneries, and it looks really good. Really fantastic pixel art. And also, I played it in a bit of a different version. I mean, first of all, I played it in English for the first time, because back in the day, I played it in the German translation. But I also played it with a retranslated ROM hack. That's right. That was recently finished, kinda. Not entirely. Some of the translation is still not completely done, I think. But I think it hit it first, like, big benchmark or whatever release. And is now completely playable with the new translation. Just some of the weird quirks in certain parts and some minor dialogue lines have not been ironed out yet, or still not professionally retranslated. I don't know. Some of the dialogue still sounds a bit wonky in certain parts of the game, where in others it sounds now much better. I saw some comparison screens. So it's not perfect yet, but it's cool. But yeah, you get a new title screen. You get a dash button, which is a fucking game changer because the original game didn't have that. You had to press forward twice. And now you can actually use a dash button, which is fantastic.
That's nice. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they did some upgrades. You also can, if you want, put your custom music in there. So you could do, like, there's some orchestrated versions of some of the music on YouTube. You could use them and put them in the game. They reinstated the teleport service. That was not in, at least not in my original version of the game. I think they never put it in there, so you can go back to earlier towns. There's not much reason to do that in that game because there's not like you can unlock things there and get new upgrades there that you couldn't get before with new powers or whatever. But you know, you could. There's some new dialogue in certain cities if you get back there. That also doesn't work 100%. You need to be careful a bit so you don't get stuck, but it's in there, so it's cool. Like, it was a neat way to re-experience this. And yeah, it's fun. The red jewel hunt is still bullshit because in the very beginning I already missed one of them, and you can the red jewels in this game are like a collectible, and you can unlock upgrades and power-ups and by collecting them, and also an optional boss at the end that is kind of a cameo / callback to Soul Blazer. And the problem is a lot of these are missable and you can't get them back, and that was even with the teleportation service that has now been re-implemented in the game. I couldn't get that specific red jewel. I just noticed at a certain point, because I was playing with, I don't know how I fucking missed it or what happened, but I was playing with a guide, and at some point I was like, wait, these don't match up. And I was like, I must have missed that one. And I was like, shit, I don't want to restart the game. But hey, I played it on emulator, so what? You know what there are? There's save states you can download from the internet. So I just played until the very end of the game with my save state, and then I downloaded one from someone else that put me right before the final boss, you know? And I went back to the town and played the optional dungeon, which is not really long and doesn't really do anything for you. Like, it's just a neat little additional thing, but you don't really get anything from it. So I played through that, and then I did the final boss, and that was it. And yeah, it's fun game. Like, it holds up in my opinion. It's maybe not one of the greatest Super Nintendo era RPGs or action adventures, but it's definitely one that is worth going back to. And if you're into these kind of games and have not played that one yet, I recommend you doing so. It's a lot of fun. Good time.
Yeah, someday I should go back and actually play all the way through that and Terra Enigma, because I never finished that either.
I mean, you can do the same thing I'm doing right now. I haven't played Terra Enigma yet, but it's definitely one of the games I'm going to tackle next after I'm done with my current giant-ass project, which I'll talk about in next FreezeFramesPerSecond episode, because I haven't finished that game yet. But
it's only tangentially related because it was also developed by Quintet, but I also wanted to someday sit down and actually play all the way through RoboTrek, because that game is it's a neat little thing.
Yeah. All right, John, what do you have next?
Well, we talked about Inti Creates before. Let's talk about them again.
Yes, let's.
I finally sat down and played through Gunvolt 3.
Yay! How did you like it? It's been a while since I played through that.
I'm actually current on one game series. Yay!
Hooray!
Supposedly there is something else Gunvolt related coming in the future. I think a lot of people are expecting it's going to be another Luminous Avenger game, but
I mean,
nothing is confirmed.
I mean, they just released a collection or announced one, right? With all 3 games in it?
Yeah, the Enhanced Trilogy came out, I think, last year. And then they added an extra mode to it with a free update that lets you play as Copen in a lot of the GV3 levels. And he plays like he does in X2, so he's stupid overpowered. But yes, little weird seeing GV turned into a dog, but you know.
Yeah. Sure.
But I like playing Yeah, dog dragging. Yeah. I liked playing as Kirin, though, because she has this neat shake-up to the formula with her talismans and the sword, and it just feels pretty fast-paced in comparison.
I mean, it's still the tagging system in a way, but it works slightly different. Just like Copen's version of that worked differently compared to Gunvolt. It feels a lot more forward-oriented.
Because you're always tagging something. You're always dashing towards something. You're always doing some sort of special attack. You unlock all sorts of stuff that you can use for combo extensions as you go along. And it's just really cool to mess around with that. And the characters that you meet along the way are goofy this time around. I really liked all of them. Then you have this headquarters that you're rebuilding with them, and they're your support team. And I really liked that getting both endings this time around didn't require a stupid Herculean effort in comparison to the past games. Thanks, Inti Creates. Like, I kind of screwed it up. Like, well, when I was fighting the final boss, I was like, dude, this seems like absurdly difficult compared to like even the past games, but you get these passive abilities that you can equip going on, and I was like, oh well, if I just reconfigure this should be a lot easier. And it got to a point where I was like, yeah, it was like stupid easy, because I had super boosted defense, I had like very slow life regeneration, but I also had one of the active I forget what they call them, but I had one of the active abilities that restores some of your HP. It has a little bit long of a cooldown, but I kind of got through the last battle of the game like way easier than I would have expected. So
yeah, it definitely didn't like build up my frustration gauge as much as the last battle in Luminous Avenger X2 did. So
see, I didn't have that much trouble with X2's final battle. Like, it's a kind of an endurance match, but then when they were like, but then on hard mode, when they're like, okay, do it again without healing, I was just like, oh, no, I don't think so, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
So I never finished X2 on hard mode, but maybe I'll nut up and try to do it again someday. But like when they took away the ability to heal, which I was using, I was leaning very heavily on when I played the game originally, I was like, the whole gotcha aspect of trying to get the passive abilities in Gunvolt 3 is kind of weird though, because like there are collectibles throughout the stages, and that's not the first time they've done that in the series, but like the amount that you get determines how many of the abilities you'll get at the end of a stage. And that just felt like, well, I guess it makes sense they want you to replay stages, but that's a lot of padding, dudes. And then some of them are difficulty locked, which, you know, after I finish the game, Lumen comes in and she's like, hey, here's hard mode. Okay, understandable. And you press the button thinking, oh, you're going to cycle back to normal mode. Here's very hard mode. I was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? That's a lot to ask of someone to be like, here's 2 extra difficulties on top of the one you just finished.
It's true.
And then I guess, and I know there's a whole litany of extra stages that you get. I think were DLC, and some of them are just stuff that you get after the end of the game. And a couple of them are a little mysterious. So like, and I didn't look up the requirements for them, but they say, hey, you should try doing something different on this stage, and whatever stage it was. And I was like, sitting there thinking to myself, well, I'm not 100% sure what I could have done differently, but maybe at some point I'll go look up those requirements and unlock them, because it seemed a little obtuse. Like, I didn't quite understand how you were supposed to get the true ending to the game, but then it was like, oh, you need to do this instead of this. I was just sort of like, oh, okay. So you just need to play out the fight a little bit differently. That's okay, that's fine. And boy, the difference between the good ending and the bad ending is like, oh.
Yes, day and night.
Because like the good ending leaves you feeling like, oh, this is stuff happened, but it leaves you feeling good. And you go through the bad ending, and it's like, oh no, oh God, that's awful. I feel bad. No. So,
I wonder which is the canon one.
I would hope the good ending. But, I don't want to speak too much on it because, obviously this is a lot of these are older games and they're fodder for spoilers or whatever. But it was still a neat game to go through. So I had fun with it. But also, speaking of Inti, is Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2. Oh my God, this game.
I started that when I was on vacation, but I got only through the first 1 or 2 levels, and then I forgot to pick it up again, so I need to restart it.
This game is so ball-bustingly difficult, dude. Like, especially on the last stage. It's like, they're like, the last stage is you being chased down by the boss, trying to get to the actual fight, and it's so hard.
Oh, no.
And like, I got to a point where I think on the second to last stage, I was trying to play the game on normal difficulty and be like, yeah, I'm a gamer. I can do this. But it got so bad that I was like, okay, just put me on the casual difficulty so I can actually get through it.
Yeah.
Because the casual difficulty removes how the life counts. You get infinite lives. It removes getting knocked back from enemy attacks, which I think is a step too far. There should be like a middle step in difficulty in between, but like it helped me finish the game. So, because oh my God, the last boss is like, you're like perpetually falling downward, and there are these floating platforms you have to go between, and the boss can knock out the platforms, and you're like, Jesus Christ.
Sounds like a nightmare.
It's so much to deal with, but some of the other stages are like really difficult too, and I get what they're going for. This is the Castlevania 3 to Curse of the Moon 1's Castlevania 1. Mm-hmm. Because it's trying to invoke that same thing. And then after you finish the game, you're like, you're not done, idiot. You still have to play it 2 to 4 more times if you want to see all of the endings. And I was just like, I don't think I'll do that. At least not right now.
Yeah, I did that with Curse of the Moon 1 because I only played through that once in the beginning, and it was the first time I was like, let me play this. And for the second time, I did the multiple ending things. But yeah, we'll see if I'll do that for Curse of the Moon 2 whenever I get back to it.
I think I got 2 of the endings, 2 or 3 of the endings in Curse of the Moon 1. And there's one ending where Zangetsu, I don't know if it's supposed to be a joke ending or not, but there's one ending where Zangetsu is standing there overlooking the city from Gunvolt, and I'm like, wait, what does this imply? What do you mean? Because I don't think Zangetsu shows up as a playable character in like Mighty Gunvolt, does he?
I don't think so.
So I'm sitting there like watching this like, what are you talking about?
Hey, what maybe he's immortal and eventually he'll turn up in an actual Gunvolt game. Who knows?
Maybe? I don't know, but it just threw me for like a heck of a loop. So, but I guess this means now we can actually sit down and play. Oh God, what did they call the actual Ritual of the Night? I guess that means I can actually sit down and play that one. I don't turn around and look at my shelf to see what the name was on the PS4 version I got from the Kickstarter campaign.
And I mean, that's getting a sequel too, so...
Yes, so I have things I need to play, like I need to play that. There's something else I need to play when we'll talk about other stuff later on, but... It was a lot, and they're asking a lot of you to do another 2 to 4 times. Because, like, One of the so I guess the game is split into what they call episodes. One of the episodes has a branching path to a different episode, so it's like you got to play through it twice, I guess, if you want to see the other one. I don't know if you can like make a copy of the save file and then just go through it again on the different path. Maybe you can. I'm not sure, but. But it's a neat game otherwise. You know, this is what Inti is good at with the pixel art and the tough as nuts gameplay. So
Absolutely, that's their bread and butter.
But yes. What do you got anything else after that? I mean, I know you do, but...
Yeah, a big one. I played through the newest Metroid game, Metroid Prime 4. Looking forward to that a lot, and I got it, of course, on Switch too, and played through it, and yeah, it's a Metroid Prime game. It's it's definitely that, and it's got a big open world, even more. I mean, actual partially open world now. It's not just different hubs, I guess, but like in the previous games, but you also, you have a big interconnecting open world in there that you later can traverse with the bike you unlock. Yes, Samus is riding a bike in this Viola. Pretty cool looking bike, actually. Yeah, this open world connects all the other different worlds, levels, I guess, that you play, and that are, again, kind of Metroid coded. There's an ice level, there's a fire level, there's a sand forest level, whatever, and you unlock your upgrades, you unlock new parts that you can traverse with those, and so on and so on. And first person adventure view view, and you battle a lot of enemies, and yeah, it's cool. I don't know where I would rank it across the Metroid Prime games. Might be my second favorite next to the first one, after the first one. Maybe on equal ground with 2. I don't remember much about 3. So I need to go back and play Corruption. I hope they'll do a remaster of that and 2 and Echoes just like they did for the first one, which I expected to drop before Metroid Prime hit the shelves, actually, so people could get reacquainted with the previous games, but apparently not.
That's what everyone was expecting, but
yeah. So we'll see. Maybe this will happen again. I know there was some ire, I guess, the game raised with one of its trailers before it came out, where it heavily featured one of the side characters who nobody liked, Mackenzie. This is one of the conceits of the game, I guess, is that Samus is not alone in this, which he also really wasn't in Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. That game has a lot of dialogue, if I remember correctly. But, most of the gameplay itself, you still play by yourself, except then sometimes you fight other characters that you also talked to and so on. But in this, you kind of get a crew. You made like a lot of different space marines throughout the game. I think it's actually hilarious. Like, Samus is this absolute superstar for everyone she meets among the space marines. This game has a Samus fanboy and fangirl. Like, they're just completely fawning over her when they meet her. And when you play the other Metroid games where she's just like this solitary warrior, and when you play Metroid Other M, where she's kind of treated like a little kid by everyone, I guess. And this is like, everyone is like, oh my god, you're famous bounty hunter Samus Aran. Oh shit! Oh my god, I love you! It's like, it's so over the top and insane, but I loved it. It was really funny.
I kind of feel like that's what life would actually be like for her.
Yes,
because she's like, made this name for herself.
Yes, she's the myth, the legend, the Samus Aran, and at least 2 characters in this game treat her like that, and are like, holy shit, it's Samus! Can you believe that? It's like, It's really funny, just side-eyeing her all the time. Like, oh my god, a living legend. And I love that. I thought it was super funny. And kind of a change of dynamic. I mean, it's taking away a bit from what you expect from a Metroid game. And it's just like Samus being isolated. And, you know, this feeling of dread, dread. Where, you know, you're just alone on this planet and completely on your own, and nobody's there to help you. You have to make it on your own, or you won't make it at all. And that's not what's happening in this game. You're like, you collect these people, and everyone has a different speciality, and then they all come together in this central hub part, and they talk to each other, they talk with you, and like I said, it's a much more interactive game. Which I, in itself, don't mind. I think I like Samus also, you know, being more with the crew and having interactions. The big problem is she doesn't interact with these people.
Yeah, like, that's what I heard the problem was.
Because for some reason, Nintendo still insists on Samus not talking. I mean, maybe they still got, I don't know, bad flashbacks to Metroid Other M where she didn't stop talking, but that wasn't the problem with the game. The problem was with what she said and the dialogue and the monologue and how it was written, because the writing was shit. You know, you can alleviate that. And the writing in Metroid Prime 4, at least when it comes to the dialogue of the side characters, it's not bad. They're sympathetic. They got some fun banter between them. And, you know, there's, you know, the game kind of endeared these characters to me. And it was like, hey, this is actually, I kind of like them. The problem is the game wants you to feel that they have a connection with Samus after a while. That aside from she being like this legend among them, that she actually cares about these people, that they care about her, and then they have like this bond, this soldier bond between each other. The problem is Samus doesn't talk. You can't even select a dialogue option, like having a silent protagonist, right, in other games where you can make dialogue selections. You don't hear your character, but you can actually reply to them. You don't have that in here either. Like, you know, it's Samus not talking is fine when others don't talk to her, or at least not in voiced sentences. But her not talking when people are actively talking at her is just fucking weird. Same with Link in the new Zelda games too. Like, that just doesn't work. It makes them look like absolute psychopaths. Like, it's like them not replying to when people ask them questions or when they talk to them and expecting some kind of feedback, and then Samus just looks, stares, nods. That's stupid. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't have active talking characters in your games and then your main character doesn't engage with them on a verbal level. It just doesn't work. And someone at Nintendo didn't get the notice. So it's just that's one of the big hiccups in the game, where it's like, oh man, this could have been so much cooler, and you could have had like this. Especially, there's a thing that's happening at the very end of the game that involves drama and everything, and it's not bad in itself. The problem is it doesn't land because Samus has built no real relation with these people. You know, like I said, she barely responds to everything they say to her because she isn't allowed to, because for some reason she's still a silent protagonist, which makes sense as long as she's isolated. But if you give her a whole cast of voiced people that talk to her and, you know, don't have an actual conversation with her, it's incredibly jarring. And you can't expect people to believe she cares about this cast of characters either, because she is not really existing in their space in that way. There is no real relationship built. And that's the problem. But the game expects you and wants you to feel for these characters by the end in a specific way to build the drama. And that just does not land. And it kind of ruins the finale of this game. And that's a big problem, because the other part, I mean, there is another gameplay thing that is a bit of an issue, but the other story problem is the main villain of this, whose name I have already forgotten. Solus or something like that.
Oh, Psylocke.
Psylocke, right. How could I forget? He is
Everyone
not...
was like, oh, look, this hunter is back. And I was like,
yes,
okay.
He was in Metroid Prime Hunters, right? Maybe?
Yes. I think he may have shown up briefly in Corruption as well.
Yes, at the very end, it was teased that he was going after Samus. We didn't know why. Spoilers, we still don't know really why. I mean, we can guess because there's a very, especially when you get a full ending thing, whatever, you get an inkling on why he has a beef with Samus, but the game never really goes into it beyond that one sequence or, like, let's say 2 cinematics where it's teased why he is angry at her and why he is why he's doing what he's doing. But he is barely in this game. He's at the very beginning and at the very end. And aside of that, you fight him, like, I think once. And
Really?
Yes. And don't get me wrong. And he's, of course, spoilers, he's the final boss. And that's a cool fight, I guess. And in the middle, you also fight him. And that's also kind of... I like the fights against him. Some people didn't like it because it's kind of stressful. And you have to do stuff like with your grappling hook and so on. But that worked for me. I like the fights a lot, actually. And I thought the music was cool in this fight. And I was like, hey, this would be really cool if we knew who this guy was and what his deal is. And again, by the end, we still don't really know what he's about. And it's just like, granted, the other Metroid games also don't really do that. You have like the space pirates, you have Mother Brains, and they're very basic villains, but there's still some kind of atmosphere around them, and especially the way they built Ridley up over the games, who's like this reoccurring menace that always haunts Samus to an extent and comes back, which is also kind of cool, even though he's just this monster, basically. Unless you've read the manga. But it's just... Who did that? But, you know, I expect them, hey, now we have a character who's maybe got a bit more going on here as a villain. No. No. That's not what's happening here. And
that's kind of lame.
It's kind of lame, especially when you feel like, hey, especially with the sidecast and everything, they're going more of trying to do more of a cinematic story route. And most of that stuff just doesn't land. It just doesn't work. There are moments in this game that are super cool. Like there's this robot character, a robot space marine character who's super fun, and there was actually this moment in the game where it looks like there might be killing him off after you meet him and everything. It's like, no, not you. I love you. I love that robot. Don't kill him off. And it's...
Why should it gotta be a repeat of Binary Domain?
Yes,
man?
Exactly. Binary Domain all over again. And there are some really cool moments with the side characters in there. The problem is, by the end, when the game expects you to feel a certain thing, it doesn't come together. Because you're like, okay, I might feel for these characters, but I don't believe that Samus is. Because... she never even replied to that once. You can imagine her saying something, maybe, but that's weird because she doesn't really, and everyone else talks, and you get, like I said, you get no dialogue lines. But it's just, that's the stuff that didn't work for me. Everything else works. The gameplay is Metroid Prime. It's fun as ever. The exploring is fun. The shooting is fun. Like, the atmosphere is impeccable. The only other thing gameplay-wise that doesn't maybe work for all people and also didn't fully work for me is like the exploration of the open world, because there's not that much to do. It's fine. It's not really your standard open world that you're used to by now, with all the different fucking things you can do everywhere, like all the icons popping up. That's not in here. And I actually appreciated this. This is more of a like Ocarina of Time thing than a big Ubisoft open world or something like that, right?
Okay.
So you got like this central, call it Hyrule, forgot what it's called in Metroid Prime 4, center thing that connects all other hubs that actually have the dungeons and everything. And you can traverse that with Viola, and you can collect crystals. You must collect crystals to unlock the final weapon upgrade and everything. And that can get tedious, but also not that tedious. Like when you're driving from point A to B, you make sure that you collect everything that is on the way there. You, by the end of the game, have maybe like 5 to 10 minutes of collecting left, driving around. If you do all the little shrines that have a huge amount of the green crystals in them, you're also, almost set and everything. So that's not as bad as people made it out to be.
So that doesn't sound too bad.
No, absolutely not. Like I said, I think after I was ready to go to the final fight, right, the final boss fight, I had to do like 10 minutes of driving around collecting crystals, and then I had everything I needed. So that's totally fine. And everything else is fine. It's got a nice atmosphere to it, like running around in this desert, like exploring little artifact left around and little outposts that have some weapon upgrades hidden in them, and some of them you can get to immediately. Some of those you need special weapons upgrades for, and it's neat. It's just like, I guess, the way they advertise it, it feels like there would be more than there would be more there than there actually is. And maybe that's what rubbed people the wrong way. I didn't mind it. It would have been nice if there was a bit more to do there, I guess, in regards to upgrades and everything. But it's also not bad. Like, it's okay. It's fine. Like, I feel like this is a bit like Ocarina of Time. And I like that game too. So it's neat. It's all right. It's cool. And then you, again, have all these other, side hubs with the dungeons and everything where you get a lot of stuff to explore and to do. So, and I like the way Viola controls. It's fun. It's fun to drive over the dunes and the desert and just doing jumps and boost across them and get to certain parts of the map and collect some secrets there and so on. So I didn't have a problem with the open world in this. It's totally fine. It's totally serviceable. So it's not this huge, big leap of, Metroid is open world. No, it's just the big open area where you can do some stuff. And not super remarkable stuff, but enough that it doesn't feel superfluous. So, yeah. I have not much more to say, really. Like, again, people hated on Mackenzie. I didn't mind the guy. I think the only really irritating thing about Mackenzie is that he pronounces Samus's name wrong a lot of the times for some reason. Sometimes he says Samus, and he says Samus again. It's like, dude, pick one.
That's weird.
Yes. I don't know. Voice direction. Someone fucked up there. But, yeah. And also, but that's the same for all Metroid Prime games. I was never a fan of the scanning mechanic. It interrupts the game flow too much, in my opinion, even if Metroid isn't a non-stop action game and more of an exploration game. But it's like, the game takes a break for the scanning bar to fill, and then you get data entry and have to read it. And this feels so archaic. Like, audio logs exist. Go with the time, Nintendo. I guess that's your problem in general in a lot of your franchises. But it's one of the things like, hey, if you already have a almost fully voiced Metroid game now with a lot of side characters that talk, just have the stuff that is delivered, and all of it is lore, right? It's a lot of the story is told through the data logs of this race of this specific planet, who are responsible for a lot of the stuff that is going on here and went wrong here, I guess, and in one way or another. And they also are the ones that are like giving Samus the task to fix all this shit. So instead of just getting the logs and having to read what they're saying, just make those audio logs. Just have Samus pick them up, just like in BioShock, and have it play while you're actually going through the levels, and keep on exploring and keep on fighting, so it doesn't interrupt the game flow too much every time you have to scan something. And you have to scan a lot to get a good, rating and everything, and get the best ending, I guess. And, to have, I don't know, Samus without a visor at the end, and get the special add-on ending that is a teaser, or I guess an additional info. Was that the stuff that told you more about Sylox? I don't know. But I watched at least one of the endings on YouTube because I was like, I'm not going to scan fucking everything. Leave me alone. So, yeah. But I enjoyed it. I thought this was a really good Metroid Prime game. Like I said, I would probably... Again, I haven't replayed Echoes in a while. I haven't replayed Corruption in a while. But right now, the way I feel, I would probably rank it as my second favorite Metroid Prime game. So I recommend it. I had a really good time with it. Whether you will, I don't know. Depends on what you're expecting from a Metroid game and how much you bump against the kind of empty open world and against the narrative stuff and with the subcast with the Space Marines again. Again, I found all of these people kind of cool / endearing, neat, not not intrusive, I guess. They were not obstacles, not even Mackenzie. So I had a good time with them. The only problem is the emotional part of it rarely lands when the game expects you to believe that Samus actually cares for these characters, because she just doesn't talk to these characters while they talk to her. And that's just such a dumb decision. Super dumb. But yeah, still super fun, great game, and I hope we'll get another one. So we'll see.
Hopefully it won't take however many years again.
That would be nice. What's your next game, John?
I got a couple I can touch on real quick. Because they kind of actually fall into the same category as Metroid, actually. The first one, surprisingly so. The latter was pretty much what it was advertised to be. So the first one is The Messenger, which I went into thinking, oh, this is going to be, sort of a Ninja Gaiden-esque game. And it definitely presents itself that way. You're playing as a ninja, and you have your shurikens and your swords. You're doing platforming, and you have this ability where, like, when you jump in the air and slash something, whether it's an enemy or like just an interactable thing, it resets that you can jump again. So there's a lot of precision platforming with that, and a lot of deaths were involved. So, and you have like this glide thing as well to extend the length of your jump. So, that's how it presents itself. And the idea is you are a messenger, yes. And you're given this scroll and you have to deliver it. And you fight different bosses along the way. And there's some like jokiness to the writing as it goes on. And then you get to a certain point where it's like, hey, you thought this was one thing. It's suddenly a Metroid game where you have to go back through the map to unlock other things, and the maps were actually way larger than you thought, and you get new abilities, and there's this mechanic where you're switching between the world being 8-bit and 16-bit to
also the
get
music
through
switches, right?
Yes, the music switches, and it unlocks different paths as well, depending on which version of the level you're in. And it kind of becomes this like hunt for different things toward the end of the game. And there's this one NPC who gives you hints, and the hints are like bad and don't make sense.
It sounds very Castlevania too.
So there's another NPC that you could talk to. He's like, hey, can you help me out? Yeah, what did this guy tell you? He told me this. He's like, yeah, all right. Tell you what. Pay me some money and I will decode this for you. And it's like, okay, fine. Which at that point in the game, I had already bought all of the upgrades, so I had money to spend until there were more upgrades to buy. And this game is neat in concept, but it felt like it went on about twice as long as it needed to, man.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So, like, I went through and I did everything. Like, there are these things called power seals you can collect. And they unlock, you can change your regular shuriken to like a windmill shuriken that it has a shorter range, but it follows you around on the screen. And if you like jump around like an idiot, it will stay on the screen as long as it possibly can. Like there's actually an achievement for keeping a whirlwind shuriken on the screen for 15 seconds. Mm-hmm. So you just throw it once, you jump around in a circle until the achievement pops. And you're like, hey, I got it. Here we go. But, it's neat, but I feel like it has slightly less utility than the regular shuriken because you can throw it at a longer range and whatnot. But the hunt they have you do at the end of the game is just like, come on, guys. Like, I feel like what a lot of people didn't like about the Triforce hunt in Wind Waker. Mm-hmm. But, at least the platforming feels good. The progression you make, there's a lot of different abilities you get that make you feel like big, strong ninja man. at one point you find out, hey, why don't you use that map that you've had? And I'm just like, what do you mean map? There's no map. There's no. And I look at the controls and I'm like, there's a map button. What do you mean there's a map button? This button doesn't do anything. Yeah, that scroll you've been carrying around is a map. And I'm just like, are you messing with me right now? Are you serious? And halfway through the game, you get the map. Why is it halfway through the game, guys? So it is a very self-aware game, and it's silly, but I feel like
it outstays its welcome.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, I didn't dislike the game, but holy moly, brothers. So I don't think it's a bad game. I mean, it's got free DLC as well that I didn't look at because I was like, I want to step away from it for a little bit. You get a new game plus where you can go through the game again, and you can. I was reading about like some of it. I don't quite understand what the point of doing that is, but there's this thing where you can forge the Pact, where if you die, you will go, no matter how many cycles into New Game Plus you are, you will go back to the first cycle. And I was like, oh, no. No, I don't think so, dude. There's one achievement where it's like, get to this boss, and I forget how far into the game it is, like, get to this boss without dying. And I'm just like,
No, that sounds not like something I would want to do.
So, I mean, I ostensibly completed the game, but that was just like some of the other stuff they expect you to do is like, oh, no, thanks. But aesthetically, it's cool. Gameplay-wise, it plays fine, but like you sussed out before, it sticks around too long. I feel like if it was maybe a quarter of its length shorter, it would have been fine. But the fact that they're like, okay, play the game twice, idiot, is just like, man, come on. There's the big twist with the genre shift at the end. But that ties into the next game I want to talk about, which is Chasm, which is another game I backed on Kickstarter way back when, and I was like, I guess I should eventually sit down and play this. And to be fair, I had started it, I don't remember, maybe last year or the year before, and I just kept putting it off. And it is also a Metroidvania, but it's definitely more castle than Metroid, because it's like this medieval setting where you're going into this town and something happened to the town, and you have to go into these mines, and they take you through like to different biomes. Like there's a castle, like an actual castle. There's a garden. There's this, that, the other thing. There's like this other realm that you unlock with like the big demon bad at the end that you have to defeat. And it kind of sold itself as being a roguelike roguelike Metroidvania, and it is, but it isn't. Like all of the items that you get in each biome are the same. What changes are the maps. So when your seed determines how the map is laid out. It doesn't determine what items are in each area, which just determines how basically the order that you're going to get the items in will pretty much largely be the same. It'll just be the traversal between areas that is different.
Interesting.
So, I mean, I guess it's not false advertising, but I mean, they had some pretty high, sky high goals for this game, but they didn't meet all of their stretch goals, which, they were still able to at least finish and put out the product, and it plays fine, but it just feels like it wanted to be more than what it is, which that happens.
Yeah, sure.
But it stands on its own for what it is, perfectly fine. Like, it took me longer than I would care to admit to try and figure out where some areas and some items were. And this is not a game that you can really write a walkthrough for because of the nature of how the levels are laid out.
Yeah.
So I sort of had to be like, okay, so I was looking up different walkthroughs and people talking about things like, what am I supposed to be searching out? And that sort of helped point me in the direction of what I was trying to do, because there are some things where they expect you to do a couple of really obtuse things, and it's like, Some of them are at least self-evident. Like one of them is like, you need to find the combination to these locks in order to open this certain path. And you find that out through exploration, because there are different like books and notes and journals and this and that you find as you're exploring. And they get added to a list of things in your inventory that you can read through and be like, okay, I need to recall this for this, but I have the record of it here, so I know how to do it. So, there is plenty of reward in exploration and finding these memos that are scattered around, which is definitely what they expected to do. But there were one or two things, and I can't remember exactly what they were now, that they were like, well, you need to do this. And it's like, well, there really kind of wasn't a good enough explanation for this in game, I feel like. So that's kind of a couple little things against it. But for the most part, it's a neat little game. It's got the cute pixel art to it. There's a ton of different weapons you can get. There's 5 or 6 different magic spells that you can acquire, and they all have pretty mostly unique effects. There's a part where you have to go through this battle arena, and I felt like I was under leveled the whole time, and I was like, boy, this is rough, because experience payouts from regular enemies are not super great, but managed to sort of strong arm it with healing items. So I got through that, and then some of the items that you get in the later game sort of help you out a lot. There was one sword in particular I got that got stronger as you killed enemies. Like, not in like this, I don't know what the actual criteria was for it, but it was like every certain number of enemies, it would go up by 1 point of strength. So I would get items that were slightly stronger and feel like, well, I don't need these because this sword will eventually outstrip those. So there's kind of a weird balancing issue, I feel, with that weapon in particular. But hey, it carried me to the end of the game, so what right do I have to complain?
True.
But it was neat for what it was, and I guess it is replayable to a certain point because of the different level layouts, but it has some other game modes in there. It's got like time attack. It's got like a weekly challenge mode, I guess, where it throws you into a different seed and you have to do it with different restrictions. So it's got some level of replayability, which that was the stated goal of the game. So it's neat for what it is. And despite my misgivings about some of it, it was mostly enjoyable.
It's something, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess, because I have that little bit of actual investment in it because of the money I put into Kickstarter. I don't even remember how much. I don't think it was a whole lot of money. It was probably less than I paid into Mighty Number 9. But it was good for what it was. So sometimes you have these high expectations for yourself and you can't always get there, but you do what you can with what you got. And I feel like that was the kind of what I took away from this game. So it's neat. It's worth looking at if it goes on sale. But yeah, that's that.
All right.
What do you got next for us?
So aside from all my forays into the adventure and RPG genres in recent time, I always, when I play a particularly long game, I feel like, okay, after this I need to play a short, breezy action game. And I started going down the ninja route. Last time I talked about the new Shinobi game, which I loved. Also kind of a Metroidvania. And so as the next game after I finished Metroid Prime 4, I was like, okay, let's get to the new Ninja Gaiden game, but not Ninja Gaiden 4, but Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, 2D Ninja Gaiden game. Yeah, so it started out okay. Like, the game feel is not as good, or rather more basic than with Shinobi, just the general movement and everything. Like, you have more simple slashes, no combos really, not much air mobility aside from a bounce attack that works as a double jump, at least for one of the main characters. But it's a bit faster, and the controls are tight and responsive. It's a bit of a Rondo of Blood situation going on, in that you have two characters, Kenji and Komugi, like Victor and Maria. And just as Maria, Komugi is easy mode, mostly because her main attack is spammable projectiles that trivialize a lot of the enemies. You can already dispose of them before they get even the chance to attack, like outside of the screen and whatever. Also, you can throw it in 4 different directions, and after a couple of missions, you can freely switch between characters during a mission, I guess. But the beginning of the game is actually a giant tease, because after the two characters fuse, you can't freely spam Komugi's kunai anymore. They cost ki. They cost a bar. So they show you like this amazing, powerful character in the beginning, and then they kind of nerf her, which is a bummer. And you know, it's kind of it adds a fun mechanic, because you play in the beginning, you play different things with the two different characters, and then after they fuse, you play through a level as one of them, can both play with her and with Kenji, or need to play with both, because there's also this mechanic in the game where certain enemies have like a certain kind of aura around them. It's either pink or blue, and depending on with which attack or which character you beat them, you can charge up your bar and can do like a super attack basically, and that is an insta kill in a way for most characters, or either that or does a lot of damage. So to get that constantly, you have to constantly switch between the two characters and between the two, attacks they're doing, so you can keep that chain going. And you know, you have to be aware which enemy to attack with what and everything. So that's the main conceit of the game in regards to what you're supposed to do with these two characters. And that's why you also might not want to spam regardless, right? Even if you can, because certain enemies make your next attack stronger, and if you by accidentally hit them with the wrong weapon, you lose your special attack bonus. So you want to plan out your moves. You want to make sure that you attack the enemies with the right attack and everything. So that's the strategy that is in this game. You can also manually charge that attack, but that costs health. So that's the other aspect of this. You got a bunch of upgrades that you can buy in a shop. And, but the other thing with the charge attack that it's basically like Ikaruga, I guess, that is also color-coded, where you have to attack enemies or use your shield in specific ways to be able to immune or attack certain enemies. And that's kind of what it's doing here. Immediately... Also, sadly, there were some things I didn't like. Some weapons are hidden behind achieving a higher rank, and I'm not a fan of hiding equipment behind a ranking system instead of making it buyable or hide it in a stage for you to find and collect. Also, you can change your equipment mid-mission. So if you pick the wrong loadout for this mission, you're shit out of luck, buddy. Try again. This is especially dumb since your loadout for the stage pretty much always should be a different one than the one you use for the boss. And if you miss the collectible, you can't just pick it up in the stage and leave the stage. No, you have to finish the stage, which includes beating the boss again. Otherwise, it doesn't count. And the stages get really long, which otherwise I'd love, but like this, nuh-uh. That kinda sucked, especially since I just played a similar game in the form of Shinobi that didn't pull any of that shit. Pretty quickly made me want to breeze through the game and not engage with it as much as it wanted me to, especially when it came to the exploration, collecting the items and collecting ranks and everything. And also the hitboxes in that game feel really weird. I took damage so often, especially on the guillotine bounce attack, which is like this kind of dive kick-esque thing that you can do. what you sometimes need to do to traverse a lot of chasms or drops, right, properly from enemy to enemy, and some of the platforming puzzles and everything. And the hitbox on that was just weird. It didn't feel like it was bad timing on my part, but the hitbox on the enemy or in my attack being weirdly small and weirdly big on my... weirdly small on the enemy and weirdly big on my character, it just didn't feel right. And some of the platforming challenges with Komori also demand really precise movement and attacks with no margin of error whatsoever, which doesn't suit the sometimes finicky controls in this game, especially when it comes to wall jumping and clinging to ceilings and the guillotine attack. So it just all didn't feel that great, especially when the game gets tougher and tougher, and enemies will follow you through the entire stage if they can, like literally. Like if you want to
really,
yeah, if you want to do a speedrun thing and we want to just breeze past certain enemies and not engage with them, they don't accept that. They just fucking follow your ass till the end if they can. If they can jump, they will jump. If they can grab you, they will grab you. They will just follow you from the next part of the stage to the next part to the next part. They just don't stop. They're like Terminators. It's crazy, even the smallest try. The menus are also somehow really clumsy to navigate, especially the shop menu, which is like the small thing, but that gets really annoying, especially if you have to change your loadout constantly. And to see the true ending, you have to play through the entire game again in hard mode. Noped right out of that and watched it on YouTube, and boy, sure glad I did that, cause besides getting a few boss refights, you just get like a 10-second long tacked on clip for your efforts, which, like, come on guys, fuck that shit. So yeah, this was a really mixed experience. Some parts of it were fun, like I liked the graphics of this, like the art design is super cool, and I liked some of the boss fights, I liked some of the enemies, I liked some of the stages, the way they were designed and everything. The music is great, so there is good stuff in this, but also so much of the stuff and some of the controls were weird, and some of the game design choices just were so fucking needlessly punishing and stupid, and I got really frustrated with the game over time. Something I didn't feel with Shinobi at all. That game got fucking tough, and I told you about the last time. There is like this optional for if you want to get the best sword, you have to do it, but it's still optional. There's this optional platforming challenge by the end that was so fucking hard, but it was also really engaging, and the controls of Shinobi were so fucking tight that it was still fun, and it had this I'm gonna try one more time effect, right? It's just I know I can do this, and it's not on the game that it's on me. I'm fucking it up. I know what to do, and it feels good. I just need to get better, and I did not have this here. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound constantly give me the feeling, what is this game doing? This is stupid. I did what I was supposed to do, but for some reason the hitbox just was 1 pixel off or whatever. Or I fucking jumped like 1 millisecond too late or whatever. Or this this enemy followed me and hit me at the exactly wrong time or whatever. There were so many frustrating moments in that game that I got really sick of it over time. So yeah, really mixed experience and kind of sick of it by the end of it. So yeah. Definitely not as good as Shinobi in my opinion. Maybe it appeals to different people. Like this is maybe more for the speedrunning crowd because it definitely feels more like it's geared towards that. And I bet there's some people who have loved that game and have a really good time with it. But I didn't. It was just okay in parts and really frustrating in others. So yeah, it's definitely one of those games like I don't think I will ever play this again. While I say I definitely play through Shinobi again in the future. So, yeah. Next one on my list in terms of ninja games will be Cyber Shadow. So we'll see how that fares in comparison to these two. But I imagine I will probably have a bit more fun with it than with Ninja Gaiden Ragebound.
That's definitely on my list too.
Yeah, so we'll see. But yeah, didn't have the greatest time with this one. We'll see how I feel about Ninja Gaiden 4 when I play it. But yeah. I hear Ninja Gaiden 4 is pretty good though. Yes. Return to form for Platinum maybe. I would like to see that. So it's on my shelf. I don't know when I'll get to it. But this outing wasn't a highlight for me, sadly. I expected much more from it.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it happens. John, next game. Last game on your list, apparently.
Yes, Kirby Air Riders. Whee! I never played the original Kirby Air Rides, so when this was announced, I was like, oh, yeah, I want to do a Kirby racing game, and it's really neat, and it got me super motion sick.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, so and here's the thing. They took that into consideration because there's a lot of settings you can change to reduce motion and whatnot. Because the one thing I think that was really killing me was when you hold down the button to boost or to brake and then boost around a corner, the POV of the camera changes really rapidly.
Okay.
And doing that over and over again was just like, oh God, I'm going to be sick. So you can turn down the intensity of that effect. Like you can dial it down or you can turn it off entirely. And they even have like things you can put around in the edge of the screen or on the center. So that way you have like a focal point, like that sort of thing.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So I turned on a few of those settings and I had a generally much better time playing it.
Cool.
So I played a few matches online, did city trial a few times, and that's pretty cool. It's a lot of fun. But the one thing that I wanted to do was Road Trip. And Road Trip is the game's story mode, kind of, sort of. The story is there. It's all about this alien that fell to pop star and all of the ride machines came with it, and it was suffering because it was going through space without being able to move on its own. And I'm like, this is very like Cars from JoJo coded.
Yeah. A bit.
Eventually this mechanical thing stopped thinking. And there's this whole thing where the air ride or the ride machines like call all sorts of other creatures to it, and it builds up this like super ultra death machine that at the end of the road trip is the thing you have to fight. And like there's this evil clone of King DDD that comes out that you have to race to it in order to win the day. And there's along the way, all of the stages that you go through have like a whole bunch of different objectives. Like some are just win a race. Some are, you have to beat more enemies than the computer. Time trials, launch and hit the target. How far can you launch your ride machine? So there's a lot of variety to the missions that you do along the way. And they sort of have you do that for like 10 to 12 stages. And at the end, you fight the boss. And it's like, hey, that's neat. Do it again.
Uh-oh.
So I didn't do the second playthrough, but I guess the idea is in order to get the real ending, you have to collect all of the ride machines and then finish the game, which I think I got like a good 60-70% of them. So
can you do it all in your theoretically all in the first run?
I think it's possible, but it's tough to do.
Okay.
Because
with
it
a guide,
requires
probably.
Yeah, I think you need a guide for it, because I was just kind of playing through it blind. Like most games, I'll be like, oh, I want to see what I'm getting into. This one, I was like, nah, I think I just want to let it rock. I just went through Road Trip, and I had a pretty good time messing around. 12 stages sounds like a lot, but it goes relatively quickly. I think a full playthrough for me of Road Trip was over the course of a few days, maybe 2 or 3 hours. So you just have to want to sit down and like get through it in order to play through. And there's several ways to unlock stuff in the game, but I unlocked a whole bunch of stuff, like different courses, different characters, different ride machines, different things you could put on your ride license, because that's a thing. There's just a lot to do, and shocking as it may be, the mechanic for unlocking stuff presents itself as a giant board with different objectives on it that get hole punched out, kind of like Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a surprise. Not like the menus all look like fucking Smash Bros. Just like Icarus Uprising menus did and everything.
Oh, yeah. Like, I think the story behind Melee and every game after that Sakurai worked on was that his wife did a lot of the UI design. And they just sort of carried that forward. And you know what? It works and it looks fine and it presents itself in a clean and understandable way.
Yeah, super clean.
So,
yeah. And also I think Road Trip is definitely, I wasn't even aware that mode was in there. I thought it was just Grand Prix and City Trials, whatever. So hearing there's some kind of story mode in there, that's definitely the mode I will gravitate to whenever I touch the game. Again, it's on my shelf. Haven't gotten to it yet.
And there's a reason to replay it because, you know, there's the other ending. There's other unlockables that you get as you go along. And it's nice because when you get to a stage or even on the pause menu, it'll show you, hey, maybe you should try doing this in an upcoming level so you unlock, who knows? So it kind of points you in the direction of things that you can do in order to unlock stuff. Like kind of like in all the games previous to it, on the boards it will show the criteria to unlock what is behind an adjacent square to one that is unlocked. And I believe there's a way you can look in one of the menus and it'll say, this square will unlock this. So you can sort of roadmap out, okay, so I want to work towards that part of the board so I know what I want to unlock.
That's cool.
Yeah. And like I said, there's a ton. There's a ton of stuff. Like, there's more than I thought. Like, there's so many racers. There's so many ride machines. Like, I think in the original game, there was only, like, maybe 8 or so courses. I think there's, like, a lot more. Like, maybe 15 or 20, I think. So there's a lot to go through. There's a lot to go through. Oh, my God. But it's one of those games that you can definitely just throw in and you can chip away at your own pace, like, because races are fast. Like the length of the course dictates how many laps it is. So like the first course, is short and breezy, so it's 3 laps, but there's some that are like, oh, this one's 2 laps, oh, this one's 1 lap. They have a mode where it's like an overhead view of the course, and it's more like if you've ever done like slot car racing, it's like that. That's kind of like how they present it. Like, you're not locked into a lane, but that's how they present it. You're looking down overhead on the top of the course, and you're sort of zipping around it, going around as fast as you can, usually 2 to 3 laps. So they crammed in a lot to this game, and you can tell, you just know this is a game that Sakurai really wanted to make. But it was really funny during one of the directs where he was presenting, he was like, guys, I'm sorry. It's a 2-button game now instead of 1. I know, I tried, but it works better as 2 buttons. I hope you understand. And I'm just like, yeah, okay. Whatever makes
What is
it
the
work
other
best.
button for then?
So the main button is for braking and boosting. The other is for using your special that you build up over the course of the race. So they wanted to put that in, but I guess the solution was you need a second button. And the fact that it's a 2-button game, okay, it still keeps it simple, and you can remap the buttons however you want. So it's just like, all right, so I guess boost is on right trigger, special is on left trigger, so then I don't have to crab hands the face buttons, and it works great and it plays great. It's super fun. It's really just a ton of fun. So
Nice.
Maybe someday, now that I have a modded GameCube, I will go back and at least look at the original Air Ride to see what it was like. But for now, this is just a really good time, and I would encourage anyone with a Switch 2 to try it out. So
I definitely will. I, again, don't know. I have my future games that I'm going to tackle not completely mapped out yet, so we'll see what when that flies into my Switch too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like you also have one last game, and it is quite the large one, huh?
Yes, I don't know how much I will talk about it, especially because it's such a large game, and I feel like there is so much you can talk about, and also it's now an older game, whatever. But yes, I don't play that many Western RPGs, but I played through Baldur's Gate 3. First contact with that series for me. And I think my first contact really with Dungeons and Dragons in the gaming space, in the video gaming space. And kind of almost in general, we started doing a short campaign with some of our friends, I did with a friend of mine and two other friends of ours from Discord channel. And I watched a D&D movie, but outside of that, the newest one is very good.
Okay.
With Chris Pine and everything. That's a fun movie. I'm very sad it bombed at the box office because I was hoping we would get a sequel to this, but maybe not. But hey, so this was my first real foray into the Dungeons and Dragons thing in the video game space, and I played it in co-op with my friend Alex, who I've talked about in the past and you're acquainted with, John. And we started playing this in June 2024, and we just finished our first campaign.
I mean, it's a big game.
It's a big game, and also we didn't have that much time to play over the past year because, he has kids and I don't, but I have a vivid social life, so a lot of other stuff to do and everything. So, we didn't get that often together that many times or weren't able to. But hey, we finished the game. We played through the game. And we had a really great time with it. Mostly. So, for people who, for some reason, have never heard of this the game, Dungeons & Dragons, everyone knows what Dungeons & Dragons is, and this is set in kind of the world, or a world of that, and I guess there's maybe a through line to some of those that I'm not familiar with.
I think this is the Forbidden Realms setting, right?
I guess, maybe. I am so unfamiliar with most of D&D stuff. This could have been like a random franchise or whatever, and I wouldn't have known, like, hey, it's just a big old fantasy world with different fantasy races in it. There are vampires, there are elves. You can create a custom character from a bunch of different races and classes. You can just completely customize it to whatever you want.
Excuse me, Forgotten Realms. That's the name of the Dungeons and Dragons setting.
Yeah, and you can play like this huge story. You, at the beginning of the game, you're abducted apparently by these mind flare creatures who are like this Cthulhian whatever things with giant ass tentacles in their faces, and they implant you with like this larva of theirs. And apparently you're gonna turn into them one sooner or later, so this is your mission, you and your new companions who were also with you on the ship, and then it crashes and you escape, and you make a lot of acquaintances and form a party, and then you are on your way to trying to find a solution to get that fucking worm out of your head, so you don't turn into Robert Kennedy Jr. And then you basically, the game is 3 acts, and all 3 acts have 3 very large areas that you can wander around in and that are kind of interconnected, and you talk to a lot of people, you have a lot of fights, you upgrade your character, you change your classes, you have to go into dungeons and have to explore, and you find treasures, and the biggest thing about this, and the thing I like the most, is how open this game is in terms of designing your own story, like choosing your own path of how you want to approach, like where you want to go with your character, what you want to do. You can be evil, you can be good, you can be in between, and the game doesn't really have the Mass Effect thing where it's like, hey, you have to be one or the other if you want to get all the bonuses or whatever. No, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Really, literally, you can whatever the fuck you want. Also, when it comes to approaching the fights, how to solve certain riddles, you can completely abuse the tool set that the devs give you. Like, you can completely trivialize certain fights by, I don't know, catching certain enemies off guard, like throwing them off the cliffs before the fight even happens or whatever, or just blackmailing them, or I don't know, just lying to them. Just there's so many different ways you can approach traversing through this game, solving the tasks the game puts in front of you, solving the story moments the game puts in front of you. You can be friends with some characters, be an enemy to others. You can become a complete menace, but you can also become a complete good guy. You have so many classes to choose from, so many abilities, so many spells, so many weapons. There is so much in this game to see, to do, and it has an incredible high replay value in that regard, because every run can be different for you if you wanted to. You know, you can build different relationships with your core cast of characters if you want to. You can romance some of them, you can antagonize some of them, you can even kill all of them if you want to. Like, you can do everything in this game. Pretty much everything. And that's the fun part. Like, you don't know what's waiting around the next corner, and you know, we started our next playthrough, and it's very different from the previous one in a lot of regards. We saw so much stuff we didn't see in our first run through, because the first run through we played with a bit of a guide, and I'll get to that, but not as much, mostly because of, you know, just that we don't completely like skill our characters in a really bad way, and so that that it fucks us down the road, right? We used some guidance for that, but not so much for the story department and everything. So we're just like, okay, let's see where this goes. And we missed out on a lot of stuff, which is kind of a upside downside of this, depending on what you want to do in the game. If you want to have like something like a perfect run, you want to see all of the story, you want to get the perfect outcome of the dialogue sequences and not miss out on any secrets or any character moments or character developments of the side characters or whatever, you need to play this game with a guide. Like, you need to know what you do. You even need to know what you need to do before that actually happens in the game, even because you can one quick misstep and you can completely ruin a story path for you. Like, it can be completely gone from the game. Without really any recuperation or whatever, like any way for you to fix that or remedy that. So either play with a guide or you save scum the fuck out of that game, which I also did. Like, in every important encounter or before every important encounter, I like quick saved, and even during dialogue sequences and so on. And even then, we missed out on some stuff. And that's crazy. Like, there's so much shit. I didn't expect there to be that. How much there is in this game. And the storytelling is really good. They're really endearing characters. Not even from the beginning, because some of them are even annoying. But the way the story progresses for each of them is really interesting, and a really well thought out origin story for each of them, and a wrap up. And it's just so much fun. Like, and a lot of people say, like, there is no right or wrong in terms of how you play it. Just play the game, and whatever happens. And that's the conceit of Dungeons and Dragons, because there's also one big component in there that is kind of integral to Dungeons and Dragons, I guess, and that is the random factor, the dice throw. Because for every decision in this game, not every decision, but for a lot of decisions in this game, especially when it comes to dialogue options, you get checks that are based on your stats in terms of how likely it is for you to succeed this check. And you throw a dice, and if you hit the desired number, like it says you need roll a 15 to succeed this check, and then if you do that, you succeed. If you don't reach that number, you fail. And that will influence everything. And the problem is, I kind of hate that. I kind of hate the randomness. I hate the dice throws thing, because it just puts something in there that doesn't make a lot of sense for me, because you have a character that is pretty good in a certain thing. So in most other games, that character would kind of succeed every time if they try to do a certain dialogue option, like persuading a character, intimidating a character, lying to a character, like deceiving them, detecting their thoughts, whatever. And still, the game can troll you and be like, no, here, critical failure, you rolled a 1. And
I mean, that's how it is in the actual game of Dungeons and Dragons too, though. So.
Absolutely. Yes, I know it's true to its origin, but I hate it.
But I guess you also have a DM in real life
who can influence it a bit.
Fudge the numbers for you.
Yes, and to be fair, you have a lot of ways you can kind of influence that. You have options to reroll. You can use specific tools on certain parts, like if you want to open a chest or whatever, and you can retry again if you have enough in your inventory, or like I said, you get a lot of bonuses, so you increase your chances of succeeding. So there's a lot of things you can do to increase the positive outcome of what you're trying to do. But the game can still fuck you over, and the thing I did after a while was just like, okay, I'm just gonna save before this roll, and if it doesn't work, I'm just gonna quick load and try it again. And I don't know if that's what the developers intended me to do, because it kind of like puts like a waiting or try and error thing mechanic into the game, because I just wasn't willing, at least, on our second run. I'm not willing. On the first run, I was like, okay, whatever, this sucks and this annoys me, but I'm just going to roll with it. But on my second run, I'm like, I'm not going to tolerate this. If the game gives me the option through save scumming just to get the outcome I want, I will do it like that, because I want the good dialogue option. I want to see what happens when I positively achieve this dialogue option. I don't want any kind of random factor interfering with that. That's like, and some people might argue, yeah, but that's like in real life, sometimes shit doesn't work out the way. Yeah, I don't care. It's a video game. Fuck you. Like, I get enough random bullshit raining down on me in real life. I don't need that in my games. Shut the fuck up. So I just want the game to turn the way. There's a reason why I want to fucking max my stats out in a certain way, so that shit doesn't happen to me. So that part of the game, that part of Dungeons and Dragons, just doesn't work for me. I don't like the randomness of the dice throw. It's just not for me. Thankfully, the game gives you the tools to circumvent that through the saving system, not on higher difficulties, which is why I will never play it above normal, because then that gets taken away and you can't do that anymore.
Oh.
So I'm like, okay, then I will never play it on a higher difficulty than normal. Fuck you. But, it's nice that it gives you that option. It gives you so many other things to customize. There's so much fun dialogue. There's so many charm. The game is so full of charm with all of its characters. And I loved it. I loved playing through it, even when I hated it. And I can't remember how many times me and my friend Alex, we were saying, God, I hate this game. And then next scene happens, like, God, I love this game. So, I don't know. It's a really toxic relationship with that, with Baldur's Gate 3. But,
sometimes it's like that.
Yes. So expect, if you've never played a game like this, expect the game to troll you very hard in a lot of occasions. And where it's like, no, your stats don't fucking matter. It's just everything can go wrong if the game wants it to go wrong. So yeah, that is the thing where I was like, okay, all right, whatever. But everything else I loved. I think it's super, like, especially the openness of it and all the things that you can do. I don't know how many more times I will play through it, and even if I will finish the second run, because I want to play other games. And like I said, this took a lot of time, and I'm still having fun, like going through it a second time and experiencing new things, but I don't know how much willingness I'll have to go through it again, because who knows how long the second run will take. And it's one of those side game things. It's not my main game thing. It's just like, hey, when we have time, we play it together. And but also I want to finish the game I'm currently playing on console. And after that, I want to play another one and finish that too. And Baldur's Gate 3 is more like the side thing that I sometimes drop in to play. So we'll see. This is one of those long-term project thingies. And
right.
But yeah, I had a super fun time with it. I love the shit out of this, and I rarely play Western RPGs. I'm more of a JRPG guy, and this was just good fun, especially in co-op. If you play co-op, you miss out on a lot of the interjecting party dialogue because you have two characters that technically are not voiced. And also, you kind of have two separate parties because, each of the people, if you're playing with two people, has like one of the side characters in their party and you play together, but you're technically two separate parties. So you're not necessarily taking part in all the dialogue options together. So it's a bit kind of restricted in that regard. And you might get more intersecting story stuff when you play it alone. And then have your three side characters who have actually character stories and not your custom character or two custom characters. So, but the fun part about the co-op is, of course, that you experience this shit with a friend, the dumb moments, the frustrating moments, the fun moments. You can coordinate combat together, which is super fun. And you can level up your characters individually and everything. And so... It's a fantastic game. There's a reason why it won Game of the Year, I guess. So, it's really cool. And I recommend it, of course, to everyone. If you haven't played it yet and you have the time, definitely check it out because it's really fucking good. And, let's see how many more times I revisit that world.
Yeah, man. I played a little bit of Baldur's Gate 1, like, back in the day.
Damn.
I have a very good friend of mine who went down that rabbit hole of all of those D&D games. Like, I know he played BG1, BG2, I think Neverwinter Nights, and maybe a couple of others. Back when BioWare was good.
Mm-hmm.
So now, I mean, it seems like Larian is doing the good work with their stuff. So, because people love this game, they love Divinity. They got another Divinity on the way. Their CEO said some stupid stuff, but
backpedaled though.
The world isn't perfect, but at least it seems like the legacy has been carried on, and that people have really enjoyed the game a lot. So
yeah. Haven't heard many people or any people really who I read or saw talking about the game, heard talking about the game, say anything negative about it. Really, because so much only praise, and I can understand why. And I'm the weirdo who just hates one of the central mechanics of Dungeons and Dragons. So, and also I didn't grow up with it, a lot of people who probably, the Stranger Things crowd, I don't know, who are were super into that shit as kids and played the shit out of the tabletop version of Dungeons and Dragons. I wasn't that. I had no experience with this franchise before this, really.
I played a little bit of it with some friends. We played 3rd edition, which was clunky and a lot. And then we ended up moving to 3.5, which was slightly better. And then 4th edition was a lot more streamlined in comparison. But there are still the old hangers-on who are like, oh, 3.5 is the best one. And I'm just like, brother, come on. And I think there's 5th edition now, but I don't know anything about it because I haven't played Dungeons and Dragons in a minute. Because, I get the appeal of D&D. I've got a massive backlog of video games I'd like to get through on this earth before I die. So I'm sorry, but that's just what I want to focus on. But, the framing of D&D in a video game setting still works, but I know dice rolls and all that, but it could be worse. It could be Disco Elysium, where the dice rolls are aggressively against you. Like, that game is neat and it's got a lot of cool story, but man, when the dice rolls fail you, it hurts.
Yes.
And it forces your character to say some stuff sometimes in dialogue situations.
Yeah. Not a fan, but everything else in the game I thought was great. So, all right. I guess that's it for the games we play, which were a whole fucking lot. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Yeah, but we still got 2 other sections that we're going to talk a bit about. And the first are the Newsbits.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of news.
So, first up on the docket is that there's still no price or release date for the Steam box or the Steam frame, which sounds like it shouldn't be news, but it kind of is because of the RAM crisis and all of that. And Valve is out and said, yeah, we want to release it this year, but we don't know what we're going to do on price quite yet. And it's sounding like the Steam box that comes with, I think, 256 gigabytes of storage might be north of 900, and then one with terabyte might be a little over 1,000. Same with the Steam frame. Like, the one of them sounds like it's going to be like 600, and then the one with more storage might be 650. I think those were some in the range I was seeing. It might have been 650, 700, but like, thanks AI data centers for ruining everything.
Yeah. That really sucks.
Yeah, it does.
And for nothing. Like, literally nothing.
Yeah, friggin'
a big nothing burger.
A lot of the investments in data centers are starting to dry up because the investors are like not really sure they're feeling it. And it's like, yes, that's good. Take your money so that they crash and burn. Because I don't think we outlined this clear enough. The RAM crisis exists because of these data centers buying RAM that hasn't been manufactured, for data centers that haven't been built, for infrastructure that doesn't exist, with money they don't have. So it keeps rolling downhill. In like,
I mean, this kind of will probably even itself out once it all crashes, the bubble pops and whatever. And I mean, it might crash the economy, to be fair. But on the other hand, hey, maybe RAM gets cheaper again, SSD gets cheaper again. We'll see.
Yeah, I was having a RAM crisis of my own in the little project box of mine because every so often the computer wouldn't boot, but when I reseated the RAM, it would work until it didn't. So I was just like, okay. So this is one of two issues. It's either the CPU or it's the RAM. So I sucked it up and bought a couple of sticks and put it in there to see. And I've been turning it on and messing with it every so often to make sure. And if it starts doing it again, then I know it's the CPU and I can return the actual gold bars I have sitting in there and get a refund.
Well, if the item actually arrives, John, because guess what happened to me? I bought a fucking RAM stick, and it turned out, because I'm an idiot, I bought the wrong one, and then I refunded it and sent it back, and guess what? The package arrived without its contents at the manufacturer, so now I'm trying to get it actually refunded through the insurance of the shipping company, who's one of their agents or one of their employees apparently stole my fucking shipment, my fucking product from my package, and it's really hard to actually communicate that to these people because they don't want to pay for this shit. And I don't know if I need a legal consult at some point. This never has happened to me. Holy shit, fuck you, UPS.
I will never forget not UPS, it was FedEx. When I was working at my last retail job, we would get in packages from UPS and FedEx, and they would either be stuff that was product that would go out on the shelf or orders for customers, right? Because then they would do store pickup at our location. Well, there was one time we got in this box and there was a hole in it. So I go to receive it in the system, and it's supposed to be a cell phone. And I go to my manager, this guy, Carl. I'm like, hey, Carl, the manifest for this box says there's supposed to be a phone in it. We received it and there's a giant hole and no phone in it. And he was like, oh, no. So that was a whole thing where he had to call the customer and be like, listen, your thing was stolen. We're going to reorder another one for you on us. And then the investigation had to go to FedEx. And I'm sure someone at the distribution center lost their job.
Yeah, I wonder how are they even gonna find it and that person and who's responsible? Because the thing is, that person was apparently very careful. They unwrapped, because I took the thing out of the package to put it in my PC and then found out that it didn't fit, right? So I put it back in and I wrapped, tape around it to be sure that it doesn't like fall out again and the package is properly sealed. And apparently that person loosened that tape, took out the item, and then taped it again, so it doesn't really look much different from how I gave it to the guy at the pickup shop. So they're like, well, this hasn't been tampered with. And they're like, no, you fuckers. I put the item in there. Or am I supposed to now take a picture or a video every time I put it in there, and then when I give it over to you or open it in the pickup shop to show you that the item is really in there? It's crazy. Like I said, something like this has never happened to me. Like when I received the info from SanDisk and they say like, hey, there's a problem with your package. You didn't put in the actual item. It's like, what the fuck? No, I did. I put that in and they showed me the pictures and it was just a package opened by them and then the packaging of the actual product of the stick intended that nothing was in there and I lost my goddamn mind.
Yeah. So hopefully this RAM crisis will even out and the Steam machines won't cost an astronomical amount of money. Like, this is tied into this. I didn't put it on the docket, but there's a lot of thought that PlayStation is trying to stretch the PS5 so that the PS6 doesn't come out and people are hit with sticker shock. Yeah. Because, let's talk about this now so we can get most of the bad news out of the way. Xbox is basically dead.
Yeah, hyper dead.
Because if the next console does come out, it's going to be outlandishly expensive, number one. But number two, it sounds like they're trying to shift it to being more of a service, which is
more of a streaming thing, right? It seems like it's going to be a streaming box.
It's what they wanted to do to begin with.
Yeah.
Except for maybe back in the day when they had physical hardware with the 360 and the original Xbox. You can't call it the Xbox One anymore. Mm-hmm. I think one of the original creators of the hardware was his name Seamus Blackley, was like, yeah, Microsoft is getting ready to sunset this brand. And it's like, well, Xbox had a good 25-year run, I guess.
I mean, as someone who has not been invested or hasn't bought a Microsoft gaming console since the Xbox 360 and didn't own an original Xbox, I have no attachment to this whatsoever, and I have not even played one of their original Microsoft Gaming Studios franchises. I think I'm not a Halo guy. I mean, okay, I played a bit of Gears of War. I played the 3 Gears of War game. I guess there's that, but it's like, outside,
Gears is fun, Halo's fun, Forza is fun. So they do have fun stuff in their stable.
Not saying they don't. I'm just saying, like, I won't be personally as affected when they disappear as I would have been if Nintendo or Sony bit the bullet or when Sega did back in the day. So it's like the thing I'm super upset by is how many more people will lose their jobs because of the trajectory of this.
$69 billion acquisition, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the fat cats get fucking richer and fatter. Yeah.
And Microsoft is what is their current valuation? Like $3 trillion?
I don't fucking know. Something absurd.
How sad for them.
Yeah. They won't be. I mean, Phil Spencer has stepped down, right? Or is stepping down.
He's retiring.
Yeah.
A lot of people think Sarah Bond went with him as a show of solidarity.
Maybe.
Because she was next in line to take over the brand.
Yeah, but I think they also are probably well off enough. They don't... I mean, if they want, they still can work, but I don't think they have to at this point, probably. I kind of doubt it. I don't know. So we'll see how they reappear. But the new president of Xbox doesn't instill much confidence in terms of where they're coming from, what they did before, what their plans are for this. So
Microsoft as a whole will survive, unfortunately.
I mean, they have their hands in so many different things, right?
But, Xbox was just it was neat to me because it was, the brand that was trying to fight against the others, because it was so different and marketed way differently than like Sony or Nintendo, which are like the big Japanese gaming giants. And Microsoft comes out here with this Xbox brand like, hey, we can do this too. And they did it for 20 plus years. Like the original Xbox had some rough starts, but it had, some neat games on it. It was cool hardware. That was basically the start of it being basically a PC. It was a Pentium 3, and I forget what kind of GeForce graphics in it, but that's basically what it was. And it paved the way for the 360, which is weird because it switched to a power PC architecture, which is what Macs used at the time. Mm-hmm. And then they went back to basically running a dressed up Windows kernel on the one in the series. But I don't know, like it'll just be unfortunate to see it disappear as a brand, but that's definitely the trajectory. Yeah. So, and
again, I have fond memories of their heyday in the 360 era because the 360 was a really great console. It
was the clear winner of that generation.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the PS3 got better later, but especially the multi-console thing, ports and whatever were so much better on 360 in the beginning. Like there was not even a contest. But hey,
still funny to me.
Sony caught up.
It's still funny to me that the one reason they doubled the amount of memory in the 360 was because of Gears of War. They were going to ship that thing with 256 megabytes of RAM, and Epic was like, "What if you bumped it up to 512?" Mm-hmm. and that was a good decision.
Yeah, sure. Like the console, but we'll see what happens to Xbox. But I feel like them losing their footing in the Xbox One generation and not really regaining it with the Series X and Series whatever. Their naming is stupid. Even stupider than Nintendo's was sometimes.
Well, for a while it was rumored that there was going to be a model between the Series S and the X, and that didn't actually happen. So,
but just trying to unify it under this Xbox One, except going a real modifier or a number or whatever, just felt so fucking weird to me. It's like, what are you doing? This is the perfect example of brand confusion. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, but hey, I'm not super attached to this. I'm just mad that this shit will probably have a lot of people again lose their jobs who need them, and that is still happening. Not only at Microsoft.
I don't like looking at LinkedIn too often, but I saw a post from a friend of mine today that he does some sort of tech thing. I didn't look at his profile and I haven't kept up with it, but he made a post where he basically got laid off, and it's like, oh, dude, that sucks.
Yeah, speaking of getting laid off, right, Sony...
Bluepoint.
Shout out Bluepoint Games. We're jumping a bit around topics here, but I feel like this...
It's better to get the bad news out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. So the studio that came up doing like really high quality ports, remasters of games. I think the most recent one of theirs that, of course, most people played, or at least a lot of people played, I included, was the Demon's Souls remake, not remaster, actual remake. A lot of mixed opinions on that.
Divisive.
Very divisive. I loved it because I didn't play the original Demon's Souls, so I didn't see most of the problems people had with it because, I didn't get the other experience. I can understand some of them. Some I think are ridiculous, some of the criticisms. But I think Bluepoint has a really good track record regardless of what they did and especially in regards to quality. what their ports did and everything, and them just being shut down for kind of no reason. Like, nobody could really explain why Sony felt like they had to do that. Yes, they weren't able to realize that the vision of whatever that live service version of God of War, whatever they were working on, was supposed to be. But that is...
Wasn't that Jim Ryan saying, like, oh, we're going to launch like 12 live service games?
Yeah, that is like,
why?
That's one of those examples, like, hey, you forced this kind of shit on one of your studios, and then it didn't work out because people are getting sick of live service games, and then you're blaming the studio for it and shutting it down because the reason that was like shipped around is like, Bluepoint tried to pitch some ideas that for some reason weren't accepted or didn't work out for them, or Sony didn't want that, and then now they finally pulled the plug. And it's like,
yeah,
what?
Like they kept pitching a Bloodborne remaster
that might have fallen through because of FromSoft. So,
well, there's conflicting stories on that now, so it's not clear.
It's not super clear.
If it was on Sony, if it was on FromSoft, it was on neither or both. But it sounds like it was just like a lot of miscommunication.
Yeah, and also it sounds like none of this was the fault of Bluepoint. So why are they the ones who are suffering the consequences of this?
Because, I mean, one of the guys, I forget the name of the person at FromSoft, like, they basically bought the Elden Ring IP back from Bandai Namco, and it sounded like they kind of wanted to do the same with Bloodborne, but, well, we're never going to get a remaster of it now, so I guess I have no reason to not wait, and I should actually finish the game.
Yeah, I mean, I finished it. It's definitely one of the FromSoft games I liked the most. But yeah, I wouldn't have minded a remake with, or at least a fucking 60 FPS version of it. So we'll see.
Yes.
But also Miyazaki is kind of infamous for being like, I don't want to look back. I want to look to the future and do more new stuff instead of remastering or remaking old shit. That's why Bluepoint
I get that, but
did the remake of Demon's Souls, right? So it's a whole mess. But again, all of this, I don't see any reason there for Sony shuttering Bluepoint Games. And maybe there was some other stuff in there, but they could have just let them work on other remasters. There's enough in their catalog that would have lent itself to them doing that and doing, more high quality ports of some kind of some variety. So like, this just feels super weird.
The Uncharted 1 through 3 collection on PS4 was really good.
Yeah.
The old Metal Gear Solid HD collection was incredible. Like those are for a time the best versions of 2, 3, and Peace Walker out there.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why this is happening. Probably saving money in some capacity and shitting on the people who lose their jobs there and just killing a really good studio. We've seen this so many times already, but it's always frustrating when it happens, and it just makes me angry at the companies at the top of it. And I'm not arguing that I know everything about this, but it always reeks like either mismanagement or negligence.
Or greed.
Yes, absolutely greed. Yes, that's probably the main thing. So, big bummer. Last bummer, I guess, is Ubisoft getting a whole bunch of games and promising more layoffs.
Yeah, they were like, oh, we canceled 6 games, one of which was a Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake that like, one of the voice actresses found out like just like it just happened, and it's like, what do you mean? And then there's supposed to be a Black Flag remaster at some point. Who knows if that's coming? But yeah, they're like, basically the layoffs will continue. It's like, oh, that's great, thanks. It feels really good when you say that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I mean, they already killed the studio that did 2D Prince of Persia Metroidvania, right?
I think so, yeah.
And that was apparently really fucking good. I haven't played it yet. Guess what? It's sitting on my shelf, and I plan to get to it eventually. But
was that the Rogue Prince, or was that something else?
I don't know if it had a roguelike aspect to it. That was the crown of some.
Right, yeah. Because I know there was the roguelike one, and then there was the other one, but
yeah, the other one was that's the one I got, and apparently it's really good. I'm looking forward to it. Really good Metroidvania, apparently.
I just remember, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. That's I had to look up for myself. I just remember there was some story about they had some speedrunners playing it and showing off all sorts of cool tricks, and then they patched out everything that they did, and it's like, brothers. You had them here for one express purpose.
They wanted them to find all the fun parts in the game and make the game unfun.
Yeah. Well, that's like, I still call the patch after Sonic Mania released the Fun Killer patch, because you could do all sorts of goofy stuff, but oh well.
I feel like they should just let you play that alternate version as well, like call it Rainbow Edition or some shit, and then leave it in there. And for you, if you want to play that fucked up version where you could do lots of fun shit, just that you could play it. But, I guess that's not okay for the companies.
Yeah.
But
well, that's all the bad news.
Yeah, let's move over to the good stuff.
So we had a Nintendo Partner Direct on February 5th. Mm-hmm. And they showed off a lot of stuff. I don't think it was one of their best directs, but there was some fun stuff in there. Like we saw more of Orbitals. That game looks neat.
I love the look of Orbitals. It looks like so much fun, and it looks like
the aesthetic of it is super cool.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be one of those Ferris games, like is it the Two of Us? God damn it, I forget the...
Oh, those Hazelight games. Like,
Hazelight, yeah. And I always forget the name of these games. But
It Takes Two, that's it.
Yes, It Takes Two, with the Prison Break thing, and then the newest one.
Way Out, Split Fiction.
Split Fiction, which I haven't played yet, but I'm looking forward to it. I liked all of their games, and this looks like it's that with 80s anime aesthetic and Star Fox in it, and it's like, hey, do you want... Here, we made a game for CC, that guy from the anime podcast. Here it is. And like, what the fuck? Give it to me.
Super neat.
Yeah, it looks really great. So Orbital's definitely... this is not the first time they showed it off, but it looks better and better with every new trailer. So, can't wait to get my hands on that.
Konami remembered Bomberman exists, and there's a Super Bomberman collection.
Konami in general, we get to that with the next news item, but they're kind of back?
Yes. Yeah, well, because pachinko money wasn't doing it for them.
Whoa, who could have seen that coming? Nobody told them.
Shock. So, I mean, there was that news, there's other news of other good stuff. The one thing that bums me about this Direct, but there's other good stuff to it. The one thing that bums me out is on the Japanese Direct, they showed a collection of Goemon games, and it's just like, yeah, that's awesome. It's only getting a Japanese release.
Yeah, that's kind of a bummer. I mean, maybe if there's enough interest, voice towards Konami down the road, maybe it'll get a port, but we talked about this in the channel, and I think, which I wasn't aware of, like a lot of these games have never been translated, so...
Yeah, only like 3 out of 13 of them have official localizations.
Yeah, and that is a lot of work and a lot of money they have to put into it, so I can understand them only for, at least at first, releasing it in Japan, but maybe there's something that, if there's enough of a fan base still in the West for Goemon, maybe they'll consider bringing it over, like if they want to do a rudimentary translation or whatever. I don't know, but we'll see. Maybe it just might take some time due to all the translation needing to happen for the Western version. Maybe that's why that gets released later down the line, why they haven't announced it for the West yet, because the translation still will take some time to get done, and it will be maybe come in a year or something like that. Don't lose hope yet. It might still come eventually.
I don't want to lose hope. I mean, it's funny because there's also a Steam listing if you use a VPN to put your location in Japan.
I mean,
so
that's a thing, and also then maybe there will be a fan translation and a hack or whatever of that.
I mean, I hope so, but I mean, you could only buy and probably play it if that's where your account is located. So,
Okay.
But there's that. There was other neat things though in this direct. There was not on my bingo card, a sequel to Tokyo Xanadu called Kyoto Xanadu, and it looks like they're kind of shifting it from being an action RPG to like Metroidvania sort of thing, but the boss fights are like still 3D action stuff. So that looks cool. And again, big surprise. I wasn't expecting Falcom to say, hey, here's a new Xanadu game in 2026.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting on one of two things from them. Maybe someday a remake of Ys 5, because that is the one game that has not made it to the West. Or how about a remake of Pop Full Mail?
Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe. I think those are both pretty good candidates, but Kyoto Xanadu is pretty good for now. I will accept that into my heart. Grand Blue Fantasy Relic is getting a new enhanced edition called Endless Ragnarok, which, hey, cool, I hadn't started the game yet, so I'll just be able to buy the upgrade pack and jump in. Yes. And it's got crossplay, so yes!
That's pretty damn cool. I'm looking forward to finally maybe then playing that as well. So, yeah. Turok is back for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Okay.
All right. I mean, they have tried to reboot that franchise against already once, and that kind of didn't work out. So we'll see what comes of that.
Maybe it'll be neat. I mean, the one I played the most of was Turok 2,
Same.
and I get the complaints behind it, but I still think it was a neat game for what it was.
Yeah, sure.
Hamster, the company that does arcade archives, is going to start doing console archives, and they were like, hey, what about Desiamon, Cool Borders, and Ninja Gaiden 2? Neat. Like this, for some reason, this article this says Doraemon, but it's definitely a Famicom game called Desiamon, where you can make your own shoot 'em ups. So, neat. All right. Yeah. There's a gacha game called Another Eden that's getting de-gotcha'd into a game called Another Eden Begins. So I'm willing to check that out if I don't have to roll for characters and whatnot. I've got too much stuff is gacha, man. Like, I get it; it's got its place, and people will buy it or will buy into them, but. And then we had a Todd Howard jump scare at the end of the direct. It was so weird. It's like, here's one more thing. And then Todd Howard appears on the screen and everyone was like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's not what we wanted.
But I mean, I guess it's cool that Fallout 4 and Oblivion will be playable on Switch too. That's for the people who want them.
I was about to say, some people like this.
I've been wanting to actually mess around with Oblivion remastered at some point, just to screw around with it. And I had forgotten that the Indiana Jones game was coming to the Switch, so...
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and then a lot of the other stuff that was announced was stuff that's new to Switch, but not really new in general, so... There was, I guess, Valheim is coming to Switch. There's FF7 Rebirth. Goat Simulator 3. And Tales of Arise. A whole bunch of the Resident Evil stuff. So, again, that's stuff that was known. So, and not announced during the direct, but shortly after, they were like, here's your Switch 2 Enhanced Edition of Xenoblade Chronicles X. And everyone was very happy with that. Now do the rest of the series, please. Yeah, so it wasn't maybe the best direct, but we got some neat news out of it.
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, the state of play that came the week after, it came out swinging, brother.
Yes, was crazy. One of the best directs ever, I guess, in terms of just density of games and cool games and what it showed off. So... Yeah, I was
Yeah.
really surprised by how much cool shit was in there. Sequel to Kenna, which I haven't played the first game of, but this one looks even better.
The first game was really neat, and I was not expecting them to make a second one, so that's really cool.
Yeah, a friend of mine really was happy because she loved the first game, and when she saw the video, she lost her the reveal trailer. She lost her mind. So, yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I mean, updates on a lot of stuff, that was already out, like Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding 2. Yeah, Pragmata is coming out soon. I guess Resident Evil Requiem is out now. What I was glad to see is like the Legacy of Kain Defiance Remastered, because I always wanted to get into play the remaster of the Soul Reaver games, and I guess this one is the kind of the logical endpoint to that, this ending of Kane's and Raziel's story. So I finally get to play that, at least from Raziel's perspective, the finale of this. So that's cool.
But they didn't announce was that there's also going to be another like 2D action platformer game coming out at some point called Legacy of Kain Ascendance. So,
yeah.
So it's neat that they're doing a little bit more than was initially presented.
Yeah. Then we're getting a final edition of Dead or Alive 6, the Dead or Alive game nobody played, and apparently a new one. So I hope that will fare better, I guess.
DOA 6 is fine, but I think a lot of people gravitated more towards DOA 5.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe this one will do it for some more people.
Also a little weird, I guess their deal with SNK must have ended, because Kula Diamond and Mai Shiranui are not going to be in DOA 6 last round. Which is kind of unfortunate, because they're both really fun characters that fit in with the rest of the cast. But the Virtua Fighter characters can stay.
Apparently.
Which I'm not complaining about, but...
It's weird.
It's strange. Control Resonant looks awesome. I still need to play Control.
Same. Also, Alan Wake 2.
Yeah, I have not played Alan Wake 1 or 2, and I want to go and actually play those so then I can appreciate Control, because I know there's a lot that ties that together.
Yeah, but I think the order is Alan Wake, Control, Alan Wake 2, Control Resonance. So we'll see. I wanted to play the Alan Wake remaster and then finally play Control. That might be actually one of my next games, like getting through those to that series. Although I haven't gotten Alan Wake 2 yet.
I did play Quantum Break. That's the name of it. I did play that. When it released on the Xbox One, and that game was pretty cool.
I don't think that's connected to the others, though.
Yeah, I don't think it is either, but it was still a neat game, so...
Yeah.
Game Freak has their new game coming up, Beast of Reincarnation, and it looks awesome.
Yeah. This is what happens when you give Game Freak actual money.
But it's also not just them working on it. They got it contracted out to like a bunch of other studios as well. So I think Game Freak is doing a lot more oversight than development on this one, but that doesn't stop it from looking cool.
It's absolutely. It's just funny that, considering what the Pokemon games have been looking like in general, and then, I mean, some look better than others, but it was just really funny looking at this and holy shit, this looks amazing. And so learning that it comes from Game Freak.
Mina the Hollower is still in the works. It was supposed to release in October, but
as it happens with Kickstarter games, I'm still very much looking forward to this.
Yeah, I mean, one of our friends is getting impatient, but it's like, brother, game development is tough. Let them take the time they need. Because before this demo came out that they just released, I went to PAX East a couple of years ago, and they had the demo out on the floor, and it was a lot of fun. So, I'm looking forward to it because it played and it looked really good. So, there was something called Yako Shinobi Ops. Definitely Tenchu coded, that's for sure.
Absolutely,
there's There's some action game called Project Windless where you get to play as a giant chicken.
It looks crazy, like the rooster fighting game.
I mean, it looks cool. I guess it's based off of some Chinese folktale called The Bird That Drinks Tears. Or, excuse me, Korean, not Chinese. Sorry. But it looks neat. I don't know if I'm interested in actually playing it, but it at least looks cool. We got more gameplay of Star Wars Galactic Racer, which I've been thirsting for a racing game since the N64, and don't talk to me about bombad racing.
I won't.
But, Galactic Racer looks cool. So, and it's supposed to have big cross-platform play and all of that, so you'll be able to play with everyone everywhere, which is neat.
Yeah. More James Bond First Light, 007 First Light stuff, which I'm looking forward to. I think that game from IO Interactive shaping up pretty well, and I'm looking forward to playing a cinematic James Bond game. Feels kind of Uncharted-ish, I guess, but
yeah, it definitely looks that way.
Yeah, but I don't mind that because I love the Uncharted games. So we'll see how it pans out. Looking forward to it.
And then in comes Konami.
Yeah, just steamrolling the whole fucking state of play for some reason.
With Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2, MGS4 is finally free of the PS3. Oh my god.
And also putting...
Oh my god.
Also putting Peace Walker in there, which I'm happy about because I've never played that.
And Ghost Babel?
And Ghost Babel for some reason. I don't know why that is in there, but it's cool.
Apparently Ghost Babel is actually really good. So.
Yeah, so I've heard. So interesting they put that in there. I think... Well, the only thing that I would have loved to, also be part of that would have been Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. That is kind of... Then we would have had kind of like the entire mainline Metal Gear... Well,
you know what I would have loved?
Is missing, right? Or was it in the first Master Collection?
Nobody cares about portable ops anymore, so I don't think they're gonna... But you know what I really want? Acid and Acid 2.
I guess.
Everybody slept on those games. They're so good. They're really fun.
Okay.
Like board game, card game, hybrid sort of things. Like I remember getting a PSP and buying Metal Gear Acid and being like, this isn't the Metal Gear I want. And then just getting really into it and being like, oh, this is super cool, dude. Because you have to like really pay attention to how you're using your cards because you can use them to move around or to attack. And it's got, all of the alert mechanics and this, that, and the other things. So those games were really neat. So I hope Konami remembers those someday and brings them back.
Let's see.
But we'll see.
But hey, at least the 4 mainline Metal Gear Solid games now have kind of current console versions. It's clear that they couldn't work out the deal with Nintendo to put, Twin Snakes on the first one or one of those, even though I would have liked it. But maybe also I wouldn't be surprised if we get a remake, another remake of Metal Gear Solid 1 in the engine for Metal Gear Solid Delta at some point, and the same for Metal Gear Solid 2. I would not be surprised if they're going to do that.
I still don't understand the purpose of Delta when it released so close to Volume 1. Like,
I mean, it is a different game in more aspects than just the graphics, and it's still an upgrade in that regard to 3 because it's a different engine. If it's enough value for you over the version that is in the first Master Collection, that's up to every individual. But I know when I'm going to replay 3, I'm going to replay the Delta version because there's enough interesting new stuff in there, and it's just such a visual big upgrade. Maybe not positive for everyone in regards to the choice of style, it being now hyper-realistic and not being more stylized in terms of, filters and everything. So, yeah, but the timing is weird, you're right. But also, sometimes that shit kind of doesn't pan out. One of those things definitely took longer to put together than the other one. I'm pretty sure of it. So then maybe it just happened to align in that kind of way. So whatever. I wonder if we get another Master Collection though, in the not too distant future.
Yeah, maybe with some of the weird one-off stuff, like maybe PO or Pops or.
Yeah, we'll see. Put the weird stuff in there, but the thing.
God, what was it called? I think it was called like Metal Gear Solid digital graphic novel or something.
I mean, the thing I want the most is a modern port of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, because that game kicks ass, and it's kind of trapped on, I guess, PC. It's not even in full HD on there for some reason still, and it's like, come on, just do a modern port of that shit. Like, we'll see.
Maybe someday.
Yeah.
But hey, we're getting a new Castlevania.
Yeah, it looks really good.
It's from the people who made Dead Cells, where Dead Cells had a Castlevania crossover, so it's pretty clear they're going to know what they're doing.
Yeah. I am not down with Simon's design in this, because initially I thought it was Sonya. I was like, oh, they're bringing Sonya Belmont back? That's awesome. No, it's Simon. It's like, what the fuck? Okay.
Really? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize.
Yeah. They super anime-fied him. Like, he looks like Cloud or whatever, and I'm like, what is happening? So, yeah, sure.
Well, so long as the gameplay is good.
Yeah, the gameplay looks really solid. I'm just surprised that they chose to just... Yeah, Simon is the most famous Belmont, but like also, who gives a shit? We've had so many Belmonts over the past, so why would you need to put him in this? I don't get it. But whatever, I'm gonna buy it because I love Castlevania, so I'm really looking forward to this one. And also, we got a new Silent Hill.
I'm not super invested in Silent Hill, but I know people love it, so...
Yeah. But Townfall looks good. Like, the atmosphere was there in the trailer.
Yeah. And I think it's supposed to be set in Ireland, I think.
Maybe.
I think that's what I heard. And it's supposed to... A lot of people suspect it has to be centered around, like, this really bad school shooting that happened in Ireland.
Ooh. Oh, no.
So it's going to be like, ooh.
Okay. Oof. Okay.
It sounds like it's going to be incredibly heavy, but
well, let's hope people are okay with that. I think the only game I think the only game that kind of landed a bit flat was their RPG that they announced, which, hey, it's cool that Konami's doing RPGs again, but Rev Noir kind of looked like not anything special, really. Like,
I think it looks cool.
It looks okay,
but I think a lot of people were, and myself, I was trying to suss it out while the trailer was airing. I was like, is it a new Suikoden? Are they bringing back Suikoden? No. I mean, I felt like it would have been relevant because they did the collection of 1 and 2 not that long ago. Mm-hmm. So, and it looks like it's only announced for PS5 so far. Oh, people are going to have a field day. I just looked up who's actually developing it. It's Ilka, the team that worked on Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
Whoa.
Which a lot of people were like, on those versions. And I think they're fine for what they are. Maybe they're not exactly what people were hoping for, but they're remakes of those games and they play fine enough. So I don't know. Maybe I said this to some friends the other day. I think I might be too easy to please with Pokemon. Maybe. Because there's only like maybe 1 or 2 generations that I have an outright distaste for. Everything else, I'm like, I can find the enjoyment in this, you know? Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I think this at least looks cool. I'm willing to learn more about it anyway. So
yeah.
Hopefully they'll be on more than just PS5, but...
Yeah, and I guess the other big news out of this, after all the Konami stuff, is the remake of the God of War trilogy.
Yeah, there's that. I don't know. I never got super invested into God of War, but cool, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I'd rather they do a new one than remaster the trilogy, but I'll take it. Although apparently it sounds like they're going to do a full remake. That's also fine. Then they shadow dropped like the 2D prequels, where it's like, hey, this is fine, but also meh. So
Yeah.
I haven't touched it yet. So we'll see if I get to it eventually. It looked a bit barren, empty.
Yeah, it looked sort of.
Yeah, it was like I saw it and was like, hey, okay, this is neat that you do that, but also it does this thing where the backgrounds are incredibly sparse, that is not much happening on screen, and the screen is incredibly big, but the characters are super small, which is fine if there's a lot of stuff going on in the backgrounds and effects-wise and everything, but the game also doesn't seem to have that going for it, so I don't know. Maybe eventually I'll get it in a discount, whatever, but that is not super. But I'm looking forward to the Trilogy remake whenever that is coming in like 10 years or something.
There was another trailer for Soros that's looking cool.
I'm not going to touch that game. I hated Returnal.
I learned my lesson after Returnal, and I'll wait for the PC release this time.
Sure.
There was a trailer for a really cool looking John Wick game.
Yeah, that looks badass.
Mm-hmm. And then Marathon got a trailer.
Don't care about that one.
But yeah, that was pretty much all of State of Play. It was jam-packed. So at least the last two news bits are very quick in comparison. As of this recording, yesterday it was Pokemon Day, and they showed off some stuff. Like, some of it was like, oh, all right, yeah, they're having a jukebox thing that you can buy, and it's shaped like a Game Boy, and like, great, okay. And then there was all sorts of stuff for all of their mobile games. Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness is finally coming to the GameCube app on Switch 2, which a lot of people have been waiting on that, myself included. I never played it back in the day, so I'd like to mess around with it. They talked a little bit about Pokemon Champions, which I guess is supposed to standardize competitive battling, so we'll see how that works out. But I guess it's supposed to be on mobile and on Switch, so basically be able to play it anywhere. And then they announced Gen 10, Pokemon Winds and Waves. Mm-hmm. That was the actual big news. Yeah, those are the names of them.
Okay. Wind and Waves, interesting.
Yes. So a lot of people are theorizing it takes place in like Indonesia, Southeast Asia, the Philippines from the look of it. The starters look cute, hoping none of them turns into a bipedal abomination like Meowscarada did in Scarlet and Violet, but I think I'm asking too much of the Pokemon company. Mm-hmm. But at first glance, it looks nice, and I kind of like that it's a Switch 2 title, so that means they won't be hamstrung by the old hardware, which, you know, for people who are looking forward to playing it on the old hardware, sorry, that stinks, but I think it's for the best that they're starting to shift it toward the new hardware. Because, like, there was... Oh boy, the difference in playing Scarlet Violet on a Switch 1 versus Switch 2 is like, Jesus Christ, please play it on a Switch 2 if you're able to, man. Mm-hmm. But this kind of lights a fire under me that I need to actually sit down and play Legends ZA, like, I guess within the next year, because Winds and Waves are coming out in 2027.
Yeah, do it.
So... actually have a little bit of time. I'm still hoping for a Gen 5 remake because I loved Pokemon Black and White so much, but it's looking like that's a far-off dream.
Maybe eventually.
But Winds and Waves are, you know, that's exciting that they got something new and they actually showed something. Like, I don't think anyone was actually realistically expecting them to show in a wholly new game this year. Like, there were rumors and leaks going around, but, you know, rumors and anyone can make a leak. Mm-hmm. So, but, you know, that's cool to see. And the last one is a little bit for me, and that's CyberConnect 2 announced .hack 0.
I mean, it's not only for you. I was excited by this as well.
Well, I mean, you know, having played the past, I didn't know how much you were invested in .hack.
I mean, not really. Like, I haven't played any of the .hack games, but I liked .hack Sign the anime a lot. So at least that way I am connected to that franchise, and I feel like Hack Zero being announced, being a proper new RPG, and apparently being this kind of requel thing where it's like, hey, this might be just a reboot, but also maybe a sequel as half, but it's definitely geared towards people who haven't played any of the other Hack games before, so that feels like the perfect way for me to finally get into the game aspect of this franchise. So
I would love for it to be a retelling of the original 4 games, because like they did a re-release of GU, and that's cool. But the first 4 games, IMOQ, they are still PS2 games. Oh God, what was it? Now I'm trying to remember the names of them, but I just remember the acronyms. It was Infection, Mutation, Outbreak, Quarantine. That's it. And I think a lot of people are hoping for Zero, myself included, to sort of be that, but it's sounding like it takes place at like a decade after that, but
which is weird, right? It sounds more like a prequel with Zero in the title or whatever. So
if you watch that trailer, there are 2 characters that look a whole lot like Kite and Black Rose, so big shrug what they're doing with it. But time will tell. We'll see what happens with it. I'm just happy there's new .hack coming, man.
Yeah,
because the series has been dormant for so long. I think the last game they released,
CyberConnect finally doing something other than fighting games.
was it Versus on the PS3? I think that was the last one. But I mean, yeah, CC2 has been doing stuff here and there along the way, like some fighting game support. They were originally supposed to do the FF7 remake stuff, but Square pulled them off of that.
Yeah, apparently Square wasn't satisfied with what they delivered, so moved it to in-house development.
That's unfortunate, but at least they are getting to. It sounds like they're getting to work on something that they've wanted to for a real long time.
Yeah, I'm really interested to check it out when it comes out, when it is released.
And I mean, they've had their own other standalone games along the way. Like I think the series is called Fuga: Melodies of Steel, and they've done like 3 of those. So.
I mean, they dated Ashura's Wrath, right? So, wasn't that them?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so I would have liked a sequel to that, actually. But that's
they
also...
worked on that for Capcom back in the day. But that was when Capcom was not making a good name for themselves. I remember. And I wanted to buy it because I thought it was really cool, but I ended up waiting and buying it used. And I think the bad perception of Capcom back then hurt the sales of that, among other games. So
yeah, but I still feel like it was one of the games of theirs, one of their weird streak experimental games from that period that was kind of, for at least for the people who played it, they liked it a lot. So yeah, and me included. The only problem was that the real ending was hidden behind DLC. And I think I never played that, so I never saw the real ending.
That I did, but I mean, that's another stupid executive decision, so...
Yeah. But hey, all the luck to them with Hack Zero.
Yes. I think that's pretty much all the news that's fit to print. And I mean, there's other stuff, but...
Yeah,
we've been going on for a while already.
Exactly, and we still got one more section to go. So we're gonna swiftly move from the news bits into the one-up for discussion. All right, final section, our little whatever editorial thing. And for the past episodes, we have just been going through our personal gaming histories in this little thing, and we already talked about the earliest gaming eras, like even before NES. Then we went to the NES and Game Boy stuff. We went to early PC gaming, and now we've arrived one of the most integral, life-changing, formative eras in video game history, at least for some old sacks of shit like us. And that is the Super Nintendo and Genesis era, the 16-bit era, so to speak, which is a glorious time, was a glorious time for everyone involved, mostly. So, yeah, I have so many fond memories of this era of gaming, John. How about you?
Oh, man, I struggle to think which of my gaming libraries was the largest as time went on. It had to have been either the PS2, PS1, or the Super Nintendo, because there were so many Super Nintendo games. Like my one of my great aunts, who has now departed from this world, bought me my Genesis, and she used to keep it over at her house. And then when she passed, I took it, and I have had that for a long time now. Like, I've held on to that hardware because she gave it to me. I was stupid back in the day and sold my Super Nintendo for a Game Boy Color. Boy, that wasn't
you talked about that
up.
when we had our talked about Game Boy in the previous episode.
Yeah, but there were still so many. I ended up rebuying a Super Nintendo and a whole bunch of games. Like, I still don't have nearly as many as I did back then, but like, I bought all of the stuff that I really enjoyed, like Super Metroid and F-Zero and Link to the Past, and probably one of my biggest favorite Square games of all time, Chrono Trigger, which I don't like to speak in superlatives super often, but Chrono Trigger is just, it's so good. It's like, it is the top of its heap, man. And there have been other games that tried to capture what it was like, and there have been some that have come close, mind you, but it's like pretty much perfection for me.
Yeah, I understand. That's one of the games that I didn't get to play until kind of recently. I don't know how many years ago, but not many. I played it for the first time. And because that didn't come out over here. Actually, I missed out, like, at least when it came to owning a lot of the classics, like a lot of the big Super Nintendo games. Weirdly enough, I skipped out on. I borrowed them, but I never owned them myself for the longest time until I, got into game collection or got them later on down the road, used or whatever. But I didn't own Super Metroid. I did not own. Of course, not Chrono Trigger. I did not own A Link to the Past when it came out. Like, all of that came later. I just bought used later down the road or got from some friends or whatever. And and especially, like I said, Chrono Trigger was one of the big black spots. Where it was like, and I still have some. Like, I haven't played any of the, not NES either, but any of the Super Nintendo Final Fantasy games. Those now exist all in the remastered form on PS4, and I will play those definitely in the not too distant future. But the
pixel remasters are incredible.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Finally experiencing those, all of that. But definitely I missed out on a lot of the big shit for Super Nintendo. But still, it was just, the NES was the most formative for me, I guess, because it was my first gaming console that I owned. And I love a lot of games of this. It cemented my love for Mega Man and Kirby and Mario, I guess, to an extent, but much lesser than the other two. But Super Nintendo kind of like brought a whole nother layer to that, because I just played that so much, and also so much with my friends, and there was a real co-op experience for the first time on that. But yeah, I'll get into all the games that were my biggest ones. John, what were the first game, or was the first games for the Genesis and the SNES that you owned and that you remember playing?
The first game I had for the Super Nintendo was Super Mario World.
For many other people, I guess.
Because that was back when they used to do pack-in games.
Yeah.
But I remember playing that and just being so blown away by how much bigger and grander it was than Mario 3. Like, I still think Mario 3 is my favorite Mario game, but Mario World is a very, very close second. So, and I have a whole lot of respect for it. my first Genesis game, well, what else would it be? Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, of course.
And that little blue guy was so cool. Look at how fast he's... And that sort of cemented Sonic for me, for better or for worse, as the years went on. For me, for a very long time, the Genesis was the Sonic machine. So when there were games on it, I was like, that weren't Sonic, I was like, oh, I don't care about that. I'm a stupid kid. But then when I got older and maybe slightly wiser, I was like, oh, shoot, there's other great stuff in here. Gunstar Heroes, Streets of Rage, what was that one? Castlevania,
Bloodlines?
I can't remember what it was. Bloodlines, yes. Contra Hardcore, friggin', oh jeez, I don't even know what else.
Mega Man
Alien
Wily
Soldier.
Wars. No, you guys didn't have that.
We had it on the Sega channel. Now, I never had a subscription to the Sega channel, but I remember thinking, oh, that's so cool. You plug it in, it just sends the games directly to the thing. But I never bothered my parents with getting a subscription to it because I was like, I don't think they're ever going to go for this. So I just sort of lived without it. But now all of the Sega channel ROMs are dumped and out there, and you can get your Lost Levels form of that one Garfield game. Like, there was apparently an extended edition of this one Garfield game on the Genesis that lived and died on the Sega channel, and now you can just go out there and play it.
How random.
Right?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's so many. There was Altered Beast, which was, kind of an sort of game in retrospect, but, it was a launch game. There's Mega Turrican. There was Phantasy Stars 2 through 4. Like, man, Phantasy Star 4 is like an all-timer RPG. Sonic Spinball is, it's okay. But I think it's worth playing just the once to experience it. But I think, like, the big granddaddy Genesis game has got to be Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
It's what I've heard.
Like, it is... I go back and forth in my head a lot if that's the best Sonic game or if it's Sonic Mania, because they're both so good. Like, I go back and forth on my head between Kirby Planet Robobot and Kirby Superstar, so we can bring it back over to the Super Nintendo, because those are also both incredible games. Like, oh god, Kirby had a pretty good run on the SNES as well. Like, Kirby Superstar is great. Dreamland 3 was neat. Dream Course is weird but cool.
Yeah, I like Dream Course. It's kind of, like you said, weird and also infuriating in certain parts, but especially fun in 2-player. Like, I watched the Game Grumps play through the courses and it was super fun, but also played it with friends and it was super fun. So it's a good 2-player game, actually. I wouldn't play it on my own, but playing it with another person, I think is pretty damn fun.
And there was Kirby's Avalanche, which I think was probably the first major Western exposure to Puyo Puyo. So that was neat. Kirby is just a little jerk in that game to all the characters he comes across, though. He's such a stupid little dork to everyone that he fights. And it's like, geez, dude, he smack talks everyone. It's like, that's not the Kirby we know now. Well, now the Kirby we know now is just, hi, and Puyo. So things have changed for Kirby as time went along.
So with hindsight and everything, do you feel more attached to the Super Nintendo or to the Genesis now, with nostalgia included and everything?
Probably the Super Nintendo, just because I had more games for it, and I just was on the lookout for more cool games for it than I was the Genesis, because, like I said, for a long time, the Genesis lived at my great aunt's house. So it wasn't until many years later until I brought it home and kept it for myself. But then I ended up, how could I forget? How could I forget, CC? How could I forget Rocket Knight Adventures? That game is also a Genesis all-timer. And, there were 2 other games in the series called Sparkster, one on the Super Nintendo, one on the Genesis. But Rocket Knight Adventures is clearly the best one. Like, the 2 Sparkster games are neat, RKA is like, it's the top. It's like one of the best games Konami made in that era, man. But one thing that really confused me on the Super Nintendo was, what's this game? Mega Man 10? But 9 and 8, aren't we on like 5 or 6? And then getting it and realizing, oh, it's Mega Man X. Oh. And just falling in love with the X series after that. And oh my God. X1 through 4, man. Those are like peak games.
I mean, we'll get to 4 eventually, but yes.
We will, but I feel like it's worth mentioning in the same breath at the moment.
Yeah. And I'll talk about X in the not too distant future, but I wanted to let you elaborate first on your experiences.
Yeah, there are a bunch of other cool games that I discovered after the fact, thanks to like the Virtual Console, like Super Earth Defense Force, the Super Turrican games. Adventure Island on the Super Nintendo was really cool. And then they had the sequel, Super Adventure Island 2, which I talked about previously. I bought a cartridge of it at a retro game show, and they shifted the formula to be more Metroidvania-esque, and it's really neat. It works well. It keeps, all of the flavor of like the tropical adventure that Adventure Island is intact. So that's really cool. On the Genesis, we mentioned Game Freak before. They put a game on there called Pulseman that's a really cool platform.
Yeah, I have a t-shirt of Pulseman. Never played the game, but I have a t-shirt because I think the character looks super cool, so...
Yeah.
And the story apparently is super weird and fucked up. I read up on it for just... due to, I don't know, stumbling over it. It was like, what the fuck? It's crazy.
The story is weird.
It's really out there, yeah.
But it's kind of, I don't think it's a largely forgotten game, but it's not one that people bring up super often because, I mean, Game Freak does exist outside of Pokemon. So we said that earlier, and I will keep saying it again and again because they had some other cool stuff like this. Oh, maybe eventually when we talk about the GBA, I'll at least touch on Drill Dozer, but they are out there making weird experimental stuff when Nintendo releases them from the Pocket Monster mines. I had so many other weird games on SNES as well. Like I had like Super Pro Action Football. This was some like Tecmo game before they were Koei Tecmo that I played with the son of one of my dad's co-workers. We bonded over that and played a ton of that. There was some like Nigel Mansell's NASCAR racing I had. Like there were so many weird games that they were just dumped on the SNES, and I was just like, I guess I'll try this. Oh, I guess I'll try that. Oh, this looks neat. And, obviously this was still in the era of the only time you got new video games was on your birthday or Christmas. So I've just taken what I could get. Like I had this awful Inspector Gadget game that was terrible, but I still played the heck out of it because it was the only game I could play for like 6-7 months. Well, yeah, I think that's largely my piece about the Super Nintendo. I'm not sure if you had anything else to add.
Oh, obviously. I'm just waiting my turn. So I didn't own a Genesis or Mega Drive, as it was called in Japan and over here. I played it like, I think once. Friend brought it over when I still had only an NES, and it was cool playing Sonic, and I don't know what other games I played on it, but it was like, okay, this is pretty damn neat, but I kind of was pretty much a Nintendo kid from the beginning, so I was like, okay, my next console is going to be a Super Nintendo. And there's a weird story to how I actually obtained one, because I was very hyped about it. I got like to the NES when it was already like on its last like quote unquote, but the Super Nintendo was already on the horizon or out over here or close to it. I got my NES in '92, so that was, I think, already when the Super Nintendo was released in the US. So caught up on all the NES stuff, and then when it came '93, I was like, hey, Super Nintendo's out or is close to coming out over here. I'm gonna get it. And I saved up for it. Like, I did chores and everything and saved up money during vacation and whatever. And by not having my parents buy me ice cream and saving my pocket money for other stuff. And I was like, hey, I'm going to get a Super Nintendo. The problem was my parents already planned to give me a Super Nintendo as a present for Christmas.
Oh.
And they didn't expect me to be so diligent with my saving up money that I would get all the money for the Super Nintendo before Christmas. And my mom panicked super hard. She's like, oh fucking shit, he saved up too much money. He's gonna buy the Super Nintendo before we can give it to him on Christmas. So my mom, shrewd woman that she is, remembered that I broke a drinking glass, not too long ago before Christmas, and I was like, you gotta pay that first. You can't get a Super Nintendo yet. You have to pay like that. So if you broke it, you have to pay for it. And I was so fucking mad at her. I was so angry. I might not have been talking for her for a whole week or something because I wanted the Super Nintendo. She's like, God, why can't you wait? I will do it after I get my Super Nintendo. I will save up money and pay the glass. Why does she have to be like that? And I was really mad at my mom for quite a while, and of course all of that evaporated on Christmas Eve because that's when we give presents in Germany, not on Christmas Day. And there was a Super Nintendo waiting for me under the Christmas tree, just like the year before. My first dog waited for me under my Christmas tree, which will always be the best Christmas of all time for me. My dear dog Pollux, who stayed with me for 16 and a half years, or even 17 years, which is 16 years and 3/4. That's what it was. He got very old for a thoroughbred Billet Collie. Holy shit. Yeah, got him in 92. Again, will always be the best Christmas. Second best Christmas for me, of course, 93, which where I got my Super Nintendo. And my packing game wasn't Super Mario World. It was Donkey Kong Country, the first one.
Oh,
so really good one. I like the second one even better, I think, but I played the shit out of the first one. But that was, of course, not the game I played the most during Christmas, because as we did back in the day, the first Christmas day was up. I was spending time with my father's side of things, because my mom and dad was separated. Or divorced, and on Christmas, the first Christmas day I will always spend with the family on my father's side, and on the second Christmas day with the family of my mother's side. And I had already put in a wish for another game. I wanted to buy the Super Nintendo with Donkey Kong Country myself, but the game I wanted to get for the Super Nintendo on Christmas actually was, of course, a game you mentioned, Mega Man X, because I saw that in a Nintendo Club magazine. I don't know if that was, I don't know if it was, I think it was just Nintendo Power over for you, right?
Yeah, we had Nintendo Power.
Yeah, and for us it was kind of the same thing. It was just called the Nintendo Club magazine over here, which was for free, lying around in shops and so on, and I got that as well, and so I said, oh my god, there's a new Mega Man game, and it looks awesome, and I'm gonna get that. And I got it from my uncle on the second Christmas day. And that day was fucking torture, because we got our presents pretty early, and then I had to sit around until the evening and pretend I want to be there instead of being at home playing the shit out of Mega Man X. And I was like, oh my god, I need to get home right fucking now. And I just couldn't take it. I don't know, right after dinner or something, I was like, Mom, can I call a cab? I need to get home. I need to play this game. I can't deal with this anymore. I need to get home and play this game. And my mom, saint that she is, was like, yeah, I'm gonna call you a cab and get to go home and play a stupid game. So I got home and played the rest of the evening. At the night, I played Mega Man X, and I of course loved it. God damn, what a perfect fucking game! It's still one of the best games of all time. Like, it holds up so well. I like its sequels too, but I think the first one is still unmatched in all regards. This is one of the best Mega Man games, one of the best games of all time, absolutely without contest. And there was definitely an absolute highlight for me. But like I said, I missed out. Or at least I didn't own a lot of the classics. I didn't own Zelda. I didn't own Chrono Trigger because it wasn't released over here. Didn't own Super Metroid. Played that at friends. Played first Super Mario World at friends. Borrowed Yoshi's Island from friends. Borrowed Star Fox from another person. Liked the game a lot. Didn't finish it until I got like a Game Shark for Super Nintendo, because that game was super hard for me. Super Mario...
It's still hard to this day.
Super Mario RPG also didn't come out over here. I recently played through that for the first time when the remake came out.
I forgot about that. I love Super Mario RPG.
Yeah, it's great, but also, again, didn't play that. Only played Link to the Past later. Only played Super Metroid, and so on. A lot of games I missed out on. I think F-Zero, definitely remember, loved it. The second ActRaiser game, I played that as well, liked that too. Weirdly enough, messed around a lot with Mario Paint when that came out. I also owned that. Was a lot of fun too. Made a lot of stupid movies in that, and some with music underlying it and everything. Played the shit out of Pilot Wings for whatever reason. I owned that for whatever reason. I owned Pilot Wings and played that a lot.
Yeah, I never really touched on Pilot Wings. Like when we talk about the N64, though.
Yeah. Then I can't talk because I didn't own Pilot Wings 64, but definitely the first one where it's like the music just even today just brings some fond memory up for me. I like that music a lot. Played the shit out of Contra 3, The Alien Wars, because I also owned the first two Contra games for NES, or Probotector as it's called over here, which, hey,
that's right,
much cooler. Listen, robots will always be cooler than fucking mercenaries, and these robot designs were, especially the... I don't know if it was specifically the German pack shot or the European one for the NES cover of the first Probotector is awesome, because it looks like something, the way the robots were designed and everything, they definitely look like something Shinji Aramaki would have designed back in the day, and it's such a cool pack shot, and that's what made me buy Probotector as one of my first NES games, and also that's why I definitely bought the Alien Wars for the Super Nintendo, because that cover just spoke to me. And of course, I played the second Donkey Kong Country game, which I loved. I didn't play the third one, but Diddy's Conquest is also just recently got the fucking pun and wordplay in that title. It was like it was a real Phoenix Down moment. It's like, oh fuck me. It was amazing.
DKC2 is great. I think 3 is also really good, but I think 2 is just that little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a perfect package in my opinion. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time, absolutely.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing beat 'em up, better than the arcade version, in my opinion. Because of the additional levels, you had more control over your character. Like the enemies had stun effects, which was very much better and everything in regards to combo attacks and stuff like that. Loved that. Played the shit out of Teenage Mutant Ninja Tournament Fighters.
That was one I never had much experience with.
I fucking love that game. It was like, Konami can do fucking fighting games. Holy shit, that's so... Super Nintendo, also the console where I got into fighting games, like, because on NES obviously not really much presence of fighting games yet, but I got big time into the Super Nintendo era. Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Super Street Fighter. I played all of them and at least owned 2 of them. I think Street Fighter 2 and Super Street Fighter 2. Teenage Mutant Ninja Tournament Fighters, and of course the best of all of them, best two of all of them, Weapon Lord and Rise of the Robots.
Oh my god, no. No.
Holy shit. There were some bad fighting games and bad games in general on the Super Nintendo. That's an example of that. Oh, fuck. What you know, stuff that you bought by cover or because you thought it looked edgy and cool, and then it turned out to be the biggest piece of shit that you've ever played. But I also, at Friends, played the Mortal Kombat games. I'm not a big fan of Mortal Kombat, but, 2 was fun because you had never seen that level of violence before in video games before this. And that was, a fun thing to see, I guess, and experience, and doing the finishes and shit like that. And
I feel like I was bigger into Mortal Kombat when I was younger, and then I sort of just graduated to Street Fighter.
Same. I mean, I always was more into Street Fighter than Mortal Kombat, but at least on the Super Nintendo, I was tangentially interested in it because it had like this trash appeal to it. But gameplay-wise, I was never really into Mortal Kombat. It was more like, hey, let's look at how we can mangle these characters and make it look gruesome and wicked and cool. But gameplay-wise, I always gravitated more towards Street Fighter.
I mean, at least with 1 through Ultimate 3... it was definitely a lot more comical in its presentation.
Yeah.
And then after that, it started to get a
grosser and grosser,
realistic.
Yeah. The more realistic it got, that's true. Yeah.
And then Mortal Kombat 4 surely exists.
Yeah. Played some Super Golds and Ghosts. Super hard game. Never got really far and got frustrated with it, but still liked it. Played some Earthworm Jim. Crazy, fucked up, weird game. Never really understood what that game wanted from me. Like, where do the levels begin? Where do they end? Like, the game design of that series is just fucked up.
Those games are so weird.
Yeah,
I never played them, but I've only seen them.
Yeah, but yeah, I definitely played it. Another outlier. Still have fun, absolute funness for, even though I'm not that much of a shoot 'em up guy, actually. Acrolyte. I love Acrolyte.
Yeah,
I think
that game's so cool.
Super cool game. It has one of the best Super Nintendo soundtracks. Absolutely.
They hit you with that stage 1 theme, and it's like, oh.
Yeah, but also the Fire Stage 6, I think it is. It's super good. Stage 3 is fantastic. I have so many good themes in that soundtrack.
I love the shift in perspective in that game too, from being like you're flying back into the screen, and then you have the side-scrolling levels. So
really cool.
Some cool variety.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Acrolyte absolutely holds up. It's tough as nails, and I don't think I've ever beaten it without cheat codes, but it's still just being able to breeze through is also super fun, and it has interesting weapons, and it just got a cool look and everything, and it's one of those weird hidden gems in my opinion, and I love the shit out of that game. I think it's amazing. Another weird outlier, also played the other, I guess, big quote-unquote game from Argonaut, aside from Star Fox, Vortex. Also one of the best Super Nintendo soundtracks out there. I fucking love that. It is really, early FX chip games, really low frame rate, but the ability to transform into 4 different modes in that game also always appeal to me. It is super hard. It's clunky. It's hard to control. But I have a weird fondness for this game. And like I said, I fucking love the soundtrack of this. I love the soundtrack actually so much that I did the legwork, did the sleuthing, and found the email address of the composer of that game and wrote him, and he actually replied to me, which was super cool. And because I want to know, hey, I just love your Vortex soundtrack, man. I want to know if you did anything else like it. And he was like, no, that soundtrack was super unique, and I love it too. But other people also like that soundtrack I did for that. What else did he do the soundtrack for that he recommended to me? I don't know if it was Gex or something else. But he definitely did another bigger series or something like that. But yeah, definitely, I always remember his Vortex soundtrack because that's just full of jams. Just like almost every single track in that soundtrack is fucking amazing. So,
and I'm watching some footage of Vortex as I've never seen before. This is definitely proto Star Fox. Wow.
I mean, it came up after Star Fox.
Oh, it did?
Yeah,
okay.
it did. But it's just like, it doesn't look as well designed in certain aspects, and it just controls a lot more clunky because you have absolute freedom of movement. All these stages are kind of open. They're limited in certain parts. And some of them are definitely more forward. Like the first one is definitely you're going down a limited tunnel with limitations on the side. But then there are other stages that are absolutely open and where you can traverse the entire stage kind of in your different vehicle modes and everything. And you have to solve puzzles and stuff like that. So it's got a lot of variety in it. But it's, again, the controls are really like finicky and it's super fucking tough. So... But it was just this weird experimental thing that I just really liked. So, yeah, weird outlier. But if you want to check a fucking weird Super Nintendo game with a really good soundtrack, I can only recommend Vortex. It's a weird thing. Played a lot of...
Look it up then.
Yeah, played a lot of Marvel games on the Super Nintendo too, like Spider-Man, Maximum Carnage, Separation Anxiety, absolutely shit tier games, really bad. But I played the crap out of them, liked them back in the day, and the X-Men, Mutant Apocalypse, Marvel War of the Gems. I like those games. I probably even back then knew they were not great, but I liked them. X-Men Arcade's Revenge, definitely I didn't like that, and it wasn't a good game back then. I know they're putting out a Marvel collection now, and there's like one good game in there, which is the X-Men Arcade game. Everything else in that collection is absolute dog shit. So weird choice because
you mean you don't want to play the NES Silver Surfer?
No, I mean that the game probably gets a worse rep than it actually deserves because it's just super hard. But I don't know if it's actually super bad. I think the Angry Video Game Nerd kind of ruined its reputation more than it actually deserves.
At least it had a banger soundtrack by Tim Follin.
Absolutely, and but the rest. All of the games in that collection, like I said, except for... And maybe the Captain America beat 'em up, I don't know. I never played that. Maybe that's good too. But the Spider-Man games are ass. The X-Men game that is in there, the other one, like, the Super Nintendo one with Spider-Man and X-Men in Arcade's Revenge is ass. So, yeah, there were a lot of bad horror games also on there. But also a lot of good ones.
I mean, that's licensed games.
Yeah, absolutely. Gundam Wing, Endless Duel...
Yeah,
absolute banger. Like all the Natsume stuff on the console was fucking amazing. Wild Guns, Ninja Warriors again, fucking amazing. That recently got a remake, which was fucking great. Ninja Saviors. Also can wholeheartedly recommend that. All the soundtracks on the Natsume games, even the Power Rangers games, fucking amazing. Just soundtrack-wise. Like, if you want some good, banging Super Nintendo soundtracks, I recommend you to check out all the soundtrack of the Natsume, the games that Natsume put out, because all of them have, like, this incredible percussion and bass line. It's fucking... hot shit. So, yeah, I love that. Sparkster, you mentioned, also super fun game. Played the shit, another FX game. Played the shit out of Stunt Race FX. Loved that a lot. Thought it was a super fun racing game. Shit frame rate like all Super FX games, but that didn't stop me from just finishing it on all difficulty modes with every goddamn vehicle, all the bonus stages, fucking everything. Yes. If the game, if it was possible to perfect a game back in the day, I don't know how much they actually kept track of that in the game besides the base completion, but I played everything in that game and finished everything and completed everything. So I was really into Stunt Race FX for a while. So yeah, that was super great and fun. Another weird one, Tiny Toon Adventures, Buster Bust Loose. Another Konami game.
I always heard that was really good.
It's super good. It's a super good game. One of those games that I don't know if you had to play it on normal or on hard. I think hard to get the full game, because otherwise you were missing some stages and and the actual ending and everything. But outside of that, super fun game. Super fun. Really unique control scheme and everything. Really, you had to have really good timing with your attacks and everything. But I really enjoyed it. A lot of, Disney games. Also in the NES era, I talked about that. I loved DuckTales. I loved Darkwing Duck. On Super Nintendo, the Aladdin game. Super good. Like that a lot. And I already mentioned Illusion of Gaia. We talked about that at the beginning of the show. And played the shit out of that, of course. Rock and Roll Racing. Absolute amazing game. Kind of a ripoff of Super RC Pro-Am, of course, but still a super enjoyable game. Played the shit out of that. So, yeah, but the biggest, probably outside of Mega Man, were the first Mario Kart for me, because I played that with a lot of friends, with my friends, and the absolute biggest was Secret of Mana. Which is the Super Nintendo RPG for me. I also played Secret of Evermore, liked it, was kind of disappointed that it wasn't co-op because I expected it to. But the one thing that I just play up and down with a friend of mine, or with two friends of mine, was Secret of Mana. And I have so many fond memories of the game. I love it to bits. It's one of my favorite games of all time. It's just the RPG for me on the Super Nintendo, even though it's more of an action RPG, I guess. But goddamn, that game just fucking floored me. I had never played anything like it, and the worlds that you were into, and when I finally got to the final boss, and the music was fantastic, and it looked so good, and that game just completely just blew my mind. I fucking loved it. This was my Chrono Trigger, because we didn't have Chrono Trigger, right? And the experience also playing it with two of my best friends at the time was just like mind-blowing, mind-shattering for me. And I just love Secret of Mana. I think it's fantastic. And subsequently also played the third Sega game, so Secret of Mana 2, technically Trials of Mana, but only on emulation. Same for Super Castlevania 4. There's another big one I missed actually playing on the console. I only played that in the collection recently that came out. Not really... somehow always skipped out on that for some reason. I don't know, even though I played the first Castlevania and the second one on NES.
I missed a lot of early Castlevania, but I did play Super 4. I don't think I owned it, but I either emulated it or I had it on Virtual Console. But speaking of Konami, and we were talking about Goemon earlier, freaking Legend of the Mystical Ninja is an infuriatingly difficult game that is still like really cool and super charming. And it's got, they changed all the names of the characters and whatnot, but it was still distinctly very Japanese in its flavor, so they at least kept most of the essence it was. Like, hey, remember when Goemon and Abisumaru were named Kid Ying and Dr. Yang?
Yeah,
there was that, and we kind of passed over Mega Man 7. That game is like one of the best in class of the series.
Absolutely, I was so happy when I found that, because that was kind of I don't know how I tracked that down. It was in a video. I never saw it on any shelves, but we in one of the Nintendo magazines, I think it was called Funvision over here. The second big Nintendo focused one, which was kind of like acting at being like this review magazine, but it kind of was more of an advertisement thing, because there was like one bad review in that I can remember. Everything else had like glowing reviews. But that's why I saw in the advertisement Mega Man 7. I was like, holy shit, where do I get that? And they had a phone number, and I called it, and they sent it to me. So it was really cool. Like my first order by mail experience, which was really crazy back in the day, I guess. So, and Mega Man 7,
I just remember,
fantastic.
I just remember it being really weird that it came out after X.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that's strange.
Yeah.
But then getting the game and playing it and loving it to death, and it's still one of my favorite of the classic series.
Then always
stand up with their...
Yeah.
I guess to stand if there were 5 on the Game Boy, and like I love Mega Man 10 as well. So like,
yeah, and then hearing that after 8 came out for PSX, there's a Mega Man 9 on Super Nintendo. It's like, what? And that turned out to be Mega Man and Bass, of course, but which is more like an 8.5. But
yeah, I think even in the header for the ROM, it calls itself 8.5.
Yeah. So, but yeah, 7, absolutely loved 7, even more than X2. And I didn't. X3 was also one of the games I missed out on until I think the PSX version, which was not great. So
yeah, I had the PC version of X3 back in the day that everyone forgets existed because it was the only official English release of the PlayStation/Saturn version that made it West.
Crazy. But yeah, Mega Man 7 definitely, and Mega Man X probably the games I played the most on Super Nintendo. Like, replayed the most. Like, I think I finished those games like, I don't know how many times at this point. 10, 20, 30, I don't know, more. It's just like, because they're fast and quick, breezy games you can just play through, right? And they look so different from each other. There's so many two different styles, and a lot of people kind of bounce off Mega Man 7, I guess, or some parts of it anyway, because the sprite is very big when compared to other classic Mega Man games, and also it just has a very unique look to it. But I love that look, and I love the way the game plays and sounds. Has a fantastic soundtrack, and all the little things you could discover there and do, and his new power armor and everything was super cool, and yeah, I loved it.
I mean, I kind of love... This kind of is slightly outside the scope of this, but I love that in 7, 8, and 11, Mega Man is shown to be a lot more cartoony. And then throughout all of X, like, he's very, very serious. Yeah. He's got, like, you know, the very angular design, like the futurist, like the future's future design, like the comic book design. And you got regular Mega Man over here like, doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop, I'm a cartoon character. And, you know, I like that there's enough division between the two characters that, you know, you can tell they are distinct from each other. So
yeah, absolutely. Some weird outlier games I played. I'm trying to remember what else there was. I played the fucking Lawnmower Man game for some reason for a bit there. God, probably some sports games like Super Soccer and International Super Soccer I played for the 64. I don't know. There was some other weird things that definitely crept into my games library just because there was so much stuff. And back in the day, you were still able to borrow games from a video store, and which was awesome.
Rentals.
You experience new games, and also they had a used game section that you can where you could just buy games, and I picked up some shitty games from there, and so I don't even remember all of them. There were some good ones in there too, and I'd have to look at my old Super Nintendo stock. I remember one that was weird control, but pretty good. Kid Clown in Crazy Chase or whatever it was called.
Oh, I had seen the name of that game around, yeah.
Yeah. Fun game, but pretty hard, but also pretty neat. And there were another big one. Cybernator was also pretty fun. That recently got a re-release, I guess, portable port for modern consoles. I think it was called something Armor Walken or whatever is the actual name of it.
Oh, Assault Walken. Okay,
yes, yeah. They renamed it. Took out, I think, most of the story for the Western port, I guess. Originally, now they put it all back in for the port. I haven't played the port yet, but I'm looking forward to doing it. I got it for the Switch. So yeah, lots of cool shit. Like, man, Super Nintendo. What do you know? Was a great console. Battletoads and Battle Maniacs. Forgot about that. Played also a lot of that shit.
I have never played a single Battletoads game, so
Yeah, I mean, it was super hard, especially the Rider stages, but definitely remember playing that. Also, have a lot of fond memories of playing playing Super Nintendo at the kiosk at a local supermarket, like a grocery chain that had that, like in the toys section, played there, experienced a lot of my Super Nintendo games for the first time there at these booths. Like Street Fighter 2, for example, like Contra 3, like I don't know what else. Maybe Mortal Kombat. There were a lot of things I saw there for the first time. Like, oh, this looks cool. Demon's Crest, the continuation of the Gargoyle's Quest games by Capcom. Also played that, and just recently actually played through it all the way through because I revisited all the Gargoyle's Quest games and played through the entire series. And probably a lot more games I'm forgetting that I played because there were so many games. Star Wars Return of the Jedi, I played a lot of that on Super Nintendo.
Those games.
Yeah. So NBA Jam Tournament Edition. Yeah, fuck. There were so many games. Super Punch-Out. I played that as well. Liked that a lot. And it's just so many good games on that console. I have so many fond memories of this. And even now, building more fond memories for this console because I'm experiencing some new Super Nintendo games these days. Like, again, played Soul Blazer for the first time. Gonna play Terra Enigma for the first time. And down the road, gonna play the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies for the first time. And, like I said, not so long ago that I played Chrono Trigger for the first time. And now it's one of my favorite RPGs of all time. So, yeah, it's always worth going back to that console and trying to look at games you maybe haven't checked out yet. Or missed out on back in the day, because the games that are considered classics from there are classics for a reason, because they were the best of their time, the best of the 2D era, and didn't really get much better than that for a lot of these franchises from there. So, hey, maybe if you are missing out on, or have missed out on a lot of that catalog, and you were interested in 2D games especially, or old school RPGs or whatever, or jump and runs, go back to it. Like, check it out. Check out those games that you always wanted to check out and heard a lot about, because I guarantee you they're worth it. Like, nostalgia is a difficult thing for a lot of, like, in gaming as well, and a lot of that might not hold up, but the classics on Super Nintendo that are heralded as some of the best games of their generations and forever are still that. It's not like rose-tinted glasses. It's just they were just that good. Like, the people who started designing games in the early gaming era, like with Atari and Amiga and whatever, and then when the Japanese market really hit with the NES and so on, they perfected their game, so to speak, in the Super Nintendo era. And it fucking shows. There's so much good stuff that is still so incredibly good today and hasn't lost a step. And every time I go back to the really good ones, like Mega Man X, like Mega Man 7, like A Link to the Past, like Super Metroid, like Secret of Mana, like Donkey Kong Country 2, that shit just still rocks. It's still amazing. It still looks amazing. Like, 2D stuff, old 2D stuff, just ages so much more gracefully than old 3D stuff. And it's just great. And I can only recommend you going back to it and checking out these amazing games. And there's so many there. And don't always it's like, hey, there's so many new games coming out. Yeah, but sometimes it's worth going back to the old shit. And with Super Nintendos, there are not that many caveats as there are with the NES games, because in NES games, a lot of these companies were still trying to figure out game design, and they still had to learn stuff. And I feel like in Super Nintendo, a lot of them got it and were like, okay, this is what we have to do. Especially Capcom, especially Konami, especially Nintendo, like the big ones. There is Square Enix or Squaresoft back in the day. Like, they at this point knew what they had to do and what a good or fantastic game looked like. So, yeah, if you always wanted to pick up or check out some of these old games, I recommend you doing so, because if not, you're missing out. Yeah, good times, John.
Yeah.
Is there anything from your library, from the like a big Super Nintendo or Genesis game where like, oh man, I need to actually go back and actually play that one of these days, because that's my big black spot that I wanna catch up on.
I feel like I'd like to maybe play Breath of Fire 1 and 2, because I had touched on them, but I never played them all the way through. I know BOF 4 is now on GOG.
Yeah, bought that. Gotta
I'm
get
not
to
sure
it.
how I would go about getting BOF 3 nowadays, but well, that's something else to figure out. But yeah, Breath of Fire games. I experienced a lot through the virtual console and through emulation as well. So I'm having trouble picking out anything else that.
I mean, maybe you caught all the good ones. That's nice.
I mean, I don't think that's entirely possible. I'm sure there's some other stuff out there, but I would have to like sit down and have a real think about it, because there's a lot of video games.
Yeah, obviously. And there's gonna be more. So we will talk about more video games in the future. We have talked about video games a lot in this episode. So I guess we're done for this time, but don't worry, dear listener. We will talk more about video games in the future. We don't know exactly when, because there's a lot of anime to talk about in the coming season. But of course, our next episode will be the season finale, where we talk about anime stuff. But hey, we always love talking about video games. We love playing video games, and it was fun talking about this time again. So I hope you'll join us again next time when we talk about when we talk about games. And like I said, if you always want to check out a really good Super Nintendo game that you haven't checked out yet, now's the time to do it via emulation, or maybe it's on Switch Online or whatever, or there's a new recent collection that has come out. Like the Bomberman collection that's gonna have Super Bomberman and the Super Bomberman games in it and whatever. Maybe you want to check those out. And there are always remasters around the corner for certain things in recent years. So just check out some old cool games, because there are a lot of them. Anyway, see you next time, and keep on gaming.
Take care, everyone.